I would like to convene the 7 p.m. regular meeting of the July 8, 2014 City Council and would ask for a roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Mr. City Attorney, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor Hill. There's no closed session announcement this evening.
Thank you. Then I would ask for us all to rise and ask Councilwoman Gardner to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Councilmember Curry.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in prayer. Our Father in God, tonight we, your children in Newport Beach, gather in sorrow as we mourn the memory of Ben Carlson. We ask that you commend his spirit to your care, that you comfort his family, you comfort his co-workers and friends. We ask tonight, Lord, that you give us wisdom in the decisions that we make, that this city might be one that would always be compassionate, that would always recognize and respect all who live here. And we ask for your divine guidance in these decisions. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. We are going to open and close tonight's meeting by paying tribute to Newport Beach lifeguard Ben Carlson. Ben lost his life, as most of you know, last Sunday evening while attempting to rescue a swimmer from a high surf off the 16th Street. He was the first lifeguard killed on duty in over 100 years of history of Newport Beach lifeguarding. On behalf of the Newport Beach City Council and the entire city organization, I extend our deepest condolences to the Carlson and Janaz families. No words can accurately describe the magnitude of losing Ben, the depth of grief felt throughout the organization, community, and public safety. We are indeed united in heartbreak. According to Ralph Waldo Emerson, when it is dark enough, you can see the stars. I now believe that is true. Even the darkest of moments of these past 50 hours, glimmering lights have shone through. Ben died while he was saving another person's life. There is no greater sacrifice, and his heroic actions will forever be a part of the Newport Beach history. We are so very proud of him, and we are honored that Ben chose to lifeguard here. The community and strangers far and wide have gotten to know Ben as the kind of person parents hope their kids become. Brave, adventurous, helpful, happy, well-respected, dedicated, generous, talented, and fun. The world has been reminded of the highly professional yet dangerous job of our lifeguards. They routinely go into treacherous situations, risking their own safety to bring others to safety. One of the most potent images of this tragedy was the intense and orchestrated search for Ben Sunday evening. For hours, dozens of our lifeguards from neighboring agencies and ours courageously swam through rough surf, determined to find Ben. It was true that lifeguarding is for life. They were supported by our own fire and police personnel and our harbor patrol, and we thank every person that helped that evening, including those who sent prayers. We have seen the very best of humanity, from Ben's bravery to the professional response of our staff to this unthinkable loss, to the breathtaking outpouring of grief and support from the Newport Beach community, colleagues and other agencies, and people from throughout the state, country, and even world. What Ben did Sunday evening touched many hearts, and we have since seen the kindness of strangers firsthand. We are still all struggling with the loss of Ben, and Ben's colleagues in lifeguarding are certainly struggling too. We are there for them, and the community is there for them, as these lifeguards keep guarding our beaches for the rest of this week, the summer, and their careers. We are so thankful for what our lifeguards do. We've set up a web page, www.newportbeach.gov/Ben Carlson, BenCarlson, that provides information about Ben, the memorials that are planned on Sunday, and where to direct donations. Per the family's request, the lifeguards will use the money raised to establish a scholarship in Ben's name. We will adjourn tonight's meeting in Ben Carlson's honor as well, and at that time I will talk a bit more about Ben's life and interest. And I would ask if there are any other council members that would like to make any comments at this time. Councilwoman Gardner.
I didn't know Ben, but from what I've learned of him, he certainly loved the ocean and enjoyed it here and on the North Shore. And for that, I think we can all be thankful that he got so much out of his life, which was way too short. As a parent, my heart goes out to his parents, because there is nothing that we fear more than losing our children. So my very deepest condolences to you. He will be missed, obviously.
Mayor Pro Tem Silich.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a lifelong swimmer, diver, boater, fisherman, and know only too well the dangers of the ocean and what can happen under unforeseen circumstances. So whenever I go out, my wife and I, we spend about 1 month a year cruising the California coastal waters in our boat. But I always say a little prayer before I go and when I come home, the Mariner's Prayer. And I wondered if there was a prayer for lifeguards, and I found one that I'd like to read. I don't know who the author is, but it moved me, so I'd like to read it in Ben's memory. It's called A Lifeguard's Prayer. When I am called to duty, God, wherever water may rage, give me the strength to save some life, whatever be its age. Help me embrace a little child before it's too late, or save an older person from the horror of that fate. Enable me to be alert and hear the weakest shout, and quickly and efficiently help my victim out. I want to fill my calling and give the best in me, to guard my every neighbor and hear their every plea. And if according to your will I should lose my life, please bless your protecting hand, my victim's life.
Councilmember Curry.
You know, in some quarters, it's become fashionable to disparage our lifeguards or our firemen or our police officers without stopping to remember that every day they risk their lives for the rest of us. And on our beaches, they risk their lives literally hundreds of times a day, pulling people out of the water in a situation that could be as dangerous and potentially fatal as Ben found himself in. It's good for us to stop and remember that, because for most of us, we don't risk our lives helping other people in the jobs that we do. We just do our jobs. And we sometimes can look askance at those who do and not appreciate the bravery and the heroism that's exhibited daily by the men and women who provide life-saving services in our community. And it's good for us to remember that, that Ben's memory would remind us of that, and would keep us focused on the fact that here in our city there are those who risk their lives every day for the rest of us. And I extend my sympathies to his family and to his coworkers who will sorely miss him through this loss.
The three great elemental sounds in nature are the sound of rain, the sound of wind in a primeval wood, and the sound of outer ocean on a beach. I've heard them all, and of all the three elemental voices, that of the ocean is the most awesome, beautiful, and varied. That's from Henry Beston, The Outermost House, A Year of Life on the Great Beach of Cape Cod. Throughout the years, the ocean has claimed the lives of many men. Often the life of a young, vibrant person comes abruptly to an end. The moments between life and death remain forever a mystery. I can relate to the death of lifeguard Ben Carlson and the sorrow of his family. My father, Dr. Richard Daigle, drowned when his ship went down in Cape Cod Bay. With this memory in mind, I extend my condolences to Ben's family, friends, co-workers, and the community he served with commitment, distinction, and pride.
Councilman Henn.
I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the Carlson family as well. I do hope that our residents and our visitors, all of them think, though, when they go to the beach and see the terrible majesty of the sea and those high waves rolling in, when those red flags are out, they shouldn't go in the water. Because if they do, they sometimes endanger not just their own lives, but the lives of those that are pledged to protect them. So I do hope that everyone thinks about that as well, coming out of this tragedy. Thanks.
Madam Clerk, notice to the public, please.
Notice to the public. The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the city council. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them in the silent mode. Now is the time for council announcements or matters which council members would like placed on a future agenda.
Councilwoman Gardner.
I have nothing.
Councilman Petros.
I swim in that ocean. I'm sorry, I wasn't going to say anything. I don't know if I can keep this together. But I swim in that ocean 3 to 4 times a week. And I'm greeted when I do swim by the faces of the lifeguards, who I know are there to protect me. And I never once think that I'm at risk knowing that those brave young men and women are there doing their job. And I often wonder, do you think that your day may not bring you home? I don't think Ben did. And if he did, it was something in the back of his mind. I am so deeply moved by the outpouring that this community shows when we have tragedies like this, and this is a tragedy in Newport Beach. And I am grateful for the service of the men and women who man those towers and our beaches. I thank you, and I am deeply, deeply saddened and send my condolences to the Carlson family as well. And now for things that are way too trivial. On last Wednesday, we continued our meetings with the Newport Mesa Unified School District to continue a dialogue related to the cooperation around Corona Del Mar High School and at Newport Harbor High School. As a result of this continued conversation, we have agreed to meet monthly so that matters related to high schools and the city, traffic and parking can continually be raised and dealt with. I want to thank our Public Works Director, Dave Webb, and our City Manager, Dave Kiff, for spearheading that effort. It will pay, it continues to pay dividends. Last Friday at the old City Hall site, the Orange County Sanitation District held an outreach for an upcoming project. They have to replace 2 force mains through Mariners Mile, right in the middle of Pacific Coast Highway. This is a 2-year project that will have an effect on traffic flow along Coast Highway through Mariners Mile. It is a project to be undertaken by the Sanitation District. We are following and are coordinating with them to minimize the impacts through the corridor, but there will be traffic impacts starting after summer Labor Day, where a lane of traffic will be taken to accommodate the construction through there. As I said, it is a 2-year project, but they will stop around the Christmas holiday as well as summer to allow for the use of the highway for the boat parade and summer traffic. But if you do have any questions or inquiries about that, I would encourage you to get in touch with the Orange County Sanitation District. For contact information, please see Mr. Webb. Again, his staff has been coordinating with them. And then, on a little bit of a lighter note, it was just the 4th of July, and I would like to thank the warm and gracious invitation of Cynthia Kohler for inviting me into the dunk tank at the 4th of July celebration held at the Channel Park. It was a wonderful, wonderful occasion. I do not like dunk tanks, but I actually did have a very, very good time. I'm sure Councilmember Henn will have more on that. But to all of you, I hope you celebrated a very warm 4th of July. Thank you.
Councilman Selledge.
Nothing this evening.
Councilman Curry.
A couple of things. The Orange County Grand Jury is charged by California law with preparing reports on government efficiency, and sometimes they get things right, and sometimes they just write reports that are utter nonsense. And the one that they did on maximizing Orange County Airport is in the latter category. After 30 years of consensus in terms of managing the impact of the airport on homes in Newport Beach and the surrounding impact in places like Tustin and Irvine and Huntington Beach and Laguna Beach and Costa Mesa, they have decided unilaterally, without any input from the city or from any of the cities that we can tell, to recommend expanding the runways, creating opportunities for late-night flights beyond the curfews, and maximizing the utilization of the airport without any regard whatsoever for the impact of this increased utilization on our community or any of the communities in the corridor. This was a report by people who simply ignored the process that we followed carefully with the settlement agreement and the proposed extension that will provide for 20 more years of protection to our community through the extension of the curfews and the takeoff procedures in the production of this report. I hope that the Board of Supervisors, who is charged with responding to it, will be vigorous in their opposition to these recommendations. And although we are not required under the provisions of the law, since we're not named in any of the recommendations to respond, I would just ask that the city manager and the city attorney, consistent with our airport policy, prepare appropriate comments that respond to many of the points that are raised by this report, which is utterly without foundation or without concern about its impact of these recommendations on our community and our residents. I would say that while my colleagues were doing the dunk tank, I had the pleasure of participating in the Mariners Parade. Once again, the 42nd parade at the Mariners School, one of the great Newport Beach traditions. And then over the weekend, we had the second concert on the green here with the All-American Boys Chorus, and it looked like we had 700-plus people, all of whom appeared to be having a very good time.
Councilman Henn.
A few things in quick succession. Following up on Councilmember Petros's comment about the 4th of July, I think I was dunked about 20 times actually that day, but I lost count. But the overall day, I think, went as well or better than I could have expected. We had a great parade, more attendance in that parade than ever. We had a great party in the park, way more attendance than that. Than I think ever. So many kids and grandparents. That was really nice. And then, of course, it was a Friday with perfect weather and large crowds, and so we got a real test, but I think we passed the test very well. While it was certainly raucous out there in West Newport, overall, my impression is the day actually went better, despite the odds being stacked against us with the timing and everything else happening. So I'm very pleased that we finished off in fine style here, our 5-year strategy to change things around. We won't be done ever with that, but we've done great. My appreciation to the citizens that have worked so hard to organize all of this, and to our police and Parks and Rec staff and others for all their dedication to make this a success. I wanted to quickly announce a few things coming up. Speak Up Newport is having a presentation this Wednesday night at 5:30 in the community room right here to present information regarding what's going on in Balboa Village, the good things that are happening there. So I'd invite your participation in that. On that same day at around 1:30, I'll be joined by our mayor and Councilmember Petros on a tour of the Balboa Village that our staff has sponsored by members of the Chiba, I think I said that right, Japan community, who are a sister beach community, I guess, from Japan, that is considering revitalization of their community and looking for ideas and to learn from what we're doing here. That tour will be followed at 4 p.m. by a meeting of the Balboa Village Advisory Committee. We'll be looking at wayfinding as well as other issues, moving our master plan forward. Then there will be a public, this is Balboa Village night, there will be a public outreach meeting to explain the master plan for the village on Monday, July the 14th at Exploration down in the village. I would hope that we would get good attendance in that, from, especially from the immediate communities. We also have a Tidelands Governance Committee meeting on Wednesday, July the 16th here in the community room, and a Finance Committee meeting on Monday, July the 21st at 4 p.m. In meeting room 2E in the city staff offices. So it's a very busy 2 weeks for meetings for committees that I'm involved in. Thank you.
Councilwoman Daigle.
Yes, I want to thank our police and fire and lifeguards and Parks and Rec and traffic monitors for pulling off another 4th of July weekend, and particularly with our traffic monitors. We have now a system in our city hall with cameras and computers, and we can make adjustments to various traffic signals throughout the city. So if you haven't toured our signal synchronization center, I'd recommend you do that to, just see the latest in technology to keep traffic flow going. One thing you'll also see a lot of is bicycles, and bicycle safety has been a priority of the council. It began as a real consequential, community-driven effort. We formed some committees. Councilwoman Gardner started that. Councilman Petros now chairs that. And together with all the council, there's been quite a list of improvements. So as an informational item, I would appreciate if Public Works would come forward at our next meeting and share and identify the dozens of improvements that have been done to date. I know there's more work to be done. But we've really done a lot in terms of making the kinds of Public Works improvements, so thank you, Dave. And then also of interest to bikers and walkers and motorists is Back Bay Drive, and I appreciate the Bike Safety Committee last night didn't go overboard, and they made a recommendation to have the city look at some possible changes, but it would come to the council. So I can assure you that there aren't going to be any closures for motorists or for bikers in one direction. I think the city does recognize the naturalists had some good points about maybe making their tours a little more safe. So the city's arranged for some sandwich signs when they're on their tour that say tour, and then our police motorcycles will provide some safety as well. So thank you there. And then our engineers are looking at some improved signage and markings on Back Bay Drive. So everybody feels a little safer and more clarity about where everybody's going. And then we did have our police department. Our police department did quite a bit of data collection and analysis. So we think we have a very good handle on what's been going on out there. So I wanted everyone to feel relaxed that we're not going to be closing anything out there, and everyone's going to continue to enjoy that wonderful resource. So thank you.
I have only one announcement. Since our last meeting, as part of our sister city organization with Antibes, France, my wife and I had the opportunity to represent the city of Newport Beach at our personal expense. And we went over and met with 7 mayors from different parts of the world and talked about sister city relationships with Antibes, and had a very pleasant trip. So we were glad to be able to go over and speak on behalf of Newport Beach. And with that, Madam Clerk, I believe we'll go to public comments on the consent calendar.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar, items 1 through 12, for discussion. Public comments are invited on consent calendar. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each of those items for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Councilwoman Daigle.
I have none.
Councilman Henn.
None for me.
Councilman Curry. No items. Councilman Selledge. I have none. Councilman Petros.
I have none.
Councilwoman Gardner.
I have none, but just 2 comments. On item number 6, which is a review of services, approval of an agreement, it would help if there was just a sentence of explanation about why we're doing this. I know it's in the previous report, but then you'd have to go back and look. So just
You can't just figure it out from
yeah,
your
I mean,
head? No,
sort of, but it would
okay.
be good for people, particularly with the consent calendar when they're not pulled.
Respect
and,
that.
and the second, number 11, on the sewer plan, it's just, that's great to see all the good work we're doing there, and I hope people have a chance to look at that plan, because it's a very important part of what we do in the city. Good work, George.
That's part of our philosophy of fear without flushing. Flushing without fear, is that what it is? Do you have any comments you would like to?
We don't have any items that staff would pull. I would just note, because we have a lot of new people in the audience who may not be frequent visitors to the city council meeting, so the council is about to vote on the full consent calendar item, and then I think they're going to get to the item that most of you are here for, which is item 13. The council can vote in one action on items 1 through 12, which they'll do next. However, if you wanted to make a public comment on items 1 through 12 specifically, the mayor is about to announce that opportunity. If you want to make a public comment on something that's not on the agenda at all, your time is in a few moments, but before item 13 starts. If you want to make a public comment on item 13, that will be in about probably 15 minutes, so if I'm gauging my time right. So sorry for that explanation, but I know a lot of people are new to the meeting tonight. And in case there's not seating here, there is seating outside. It's a nice warm night. We did double book the community room, which we usually don't do on a council meeting. That's my fault. I apologize. Because we have the video and the audio in there as well, but there is audio outside, and again, it's a nice warm night, and you can peer at us through the glass there in case.
But there's still a
someone
lot of
missed a seat.
seats inside, too.
There's looks like there's about 20 seats at least. So with that, I'll turn that back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I will ask if there are any public comments on any of the items that are on the consent calendar. If so, please come forward now.
Mayor Hill and members of the City Council, my name is Jim Mosher. I hesitate to comment on such a trivial item, but number 9 on your consent calendar is an on-call contract for the repair of electric motors. And in the written comments I submit to you on things that I don't think need to be brought up at the council meeting itself, I mentioned a rather minor confusion in the centerpiece of the contract, which is how much they will charge for doing repairs on different days and different hours. And it was a little confusing. It had boxes here circling days of the week, and if you looked at it carefully, you couldn't figure out what the intention was for the rate to be charged on Saturday. But I assumed somebody understood what the intent of the thing was. I was surprised to find in the lobby for the people coming in, there is a revised schedule of this. I don't know if you got a copy in color that's different than this or not, but when printed in black and white, it now has no boxes indicating what days any of the rates apply to. And I do hope that the final contract will be more clear as to what we are being charged on different days and different hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to comment on any item that is on the consent calendar? If not, I'll bring it back to the council and call for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move approval of the consent calendar, items 1 through 12.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, please vote.
I don't have a vote thing, so I'm just saying aye.
Vicky.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. Public comments on non-agenda items.
Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Are there any individuals that would like to make comments on an item that is not on the agenda? Please come forward.
I'm stepping forward. Charles Griffin, Newport Beach, 732 Bison. My comment primarily today is the last day to make comments on the airport plan. And I did make some comments. I have provided each of you a copy. But primarily what I'm proposing is that, and hopefully support from the city, is that they consider making a right-hand turn immediately after lifting off and raising their gear. That happens in many airports like at Hawaii, and the supersonic transport had to do that sort of thing too to avoid neighborhoods. But it's practical now because with the global positioning system navigation, they're free to move almost anywhere, and the airlines can request a route from the FAA. Now, the route structure is dependent on the FAA approval, but the airlines can do that, and we want to encourage that, and it should be part of the negotiations when they're asking for gates and that kind of thing, that they do make a special effort to make a right-hand turn and not fly over this billion-dollar tax base that we have here in Newport Beach, which is very sensitive to noise because we have an open style of living, and the reflection off the water and off the houses and garages and our cement patios and whatever echoes and multiplies the sound. And so it's appropriate that we push for having all the flights avoid coming over the city at all and go up the 73 freeway and then up the 55 north or east. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see that those are entered into the public record, I assume. Please come forward. Please give us your name.
My name is Stanley Behrens. I live in Corona del Mar, and I have a problem with trees. And my neighbor next to me, who's slightly below me, has 2 great big eucalyptus trees. And I've tried in a very nice way, cordial way, to allow me to thin those trees. And she stubbornly refuses no. So I would like to ask the council to to vote for a law that protects the old tenants, the old owners, and the new owners. I've been there have the lot for over 20 years. The person below me has been there probably 30 years. So she believes that because she was there first, the trees were smaller. When I came in, I should have known. That's what she told me. So I think something fair needs to be set up to protect both an old owner and a new owner to have visible view rights. View rights is what I meant. And I would ask the council to set up something that is done in either Palos Verdes, which is doing it, and San Francisco and many cities along the coast. So I ask your help to set up a committee for this purpose. Thank you.
We do have a commission that works on this and a committee as well. I would suggest, since you are a Corona del Mar resident, that you contact the Corona del Mar Residents Association, who's president, sitting right here. They have a tree committee, and they have been working on various things, and you can ask them if they would like to carry that forward.
Well, but I talked to the city attorney. He said there's no law in Corona del Mar.
That's right, but this is the best way to start is not here, but with the people we've already assigned to work on trees.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm Molson, Corona Del Mar. Last 2 meetings ago I was here. I explained how I'm uniquely impacted by the Sunday concerts, which are great, of course. And the reason is I just live across the road. That bandstand is closer to my house than where I'm standing right now. I'm not talking about an hour and a half, it's 4 hours, including wind-up, which the attendees don't have to undergo. And you wouldn't like it either. It's not a sound other than a mumbled, garbled amplification. But if you think, well, it's just one person, one household out of all these, think of all the people who enjoy the concerts. Yeah, good for them, I do. No reason why they shouldn't. But you don't bulldoze somebody's rights for other people's entertainment. I'm not talking road construction. And, you know, it is a right. Every citizen has a right to peace and quiet. It's an ethical right. It's a social right. It's even such an obvious right that you don't need it written down. But we have it written down. And Chapter 10.28 of our Civic Code bans any sound which disturbs the peace, comfort, quiet, or repose, or which causes discomfort or annoyance to any reasonable person. Again, note the singular person, and with special reference to any Sunday. Well, but I didn't leave it at that. I've since made 2 proposals. One, when I was here, how about unidirectional speakers that project the sound to the audience and don't disturb people who don't want to hear it? These work very well on cruise ships, where the top deck is an open theater and the screen is surrounded by very powerful speakers. The second proposal was a sound baffle on the highway side of the bandstand that could easily be erected and pulled down and reassembled. I had no feedback to those suggestions, no reaction, whatever. However, the last 2 performances have been quite acceptable because they were subdued performances, according to Mr. Kiff. That's true. So again, third idea, you can't have neighborhood-friendly performances if that's what you choose to do. Now, I'm not asking for any favors, but the city owns these concerts. The city owns my problem. I would like the city to solve it. There are ways. I've heard none. I understand you're exploring some. Don't know what they are. I'd certainly like to be sure something's going to happen. Thank you once again.
Tom, just I want to be clear. The last 2 have been okay for you?
I beg your pardon?
The last 2 concerts have been okay for you?
They were okay, particularly because there were no drums.
Okay, but at least...
But they were okay.
So there could be some kinds of performances that would
I hope
not...
there will. I don't see why anybody's play should be curtailed.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for that. There must be a way between these if we work on it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gardner, I did promise Mr. Molson that I would look at this in time for the Eagles tribute concert, because I think there'll be a drum or 2 there. Yeah, that's the day after Labor Day. Or
That would be a good day to visit San Diego friends.
I'd check into the Hotel California, Tom.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make comment? Please come forward. Non-agenda items, please. Please give us your name.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Miller, and briefly today, I hope that we can get an agenda item on this at some later date. 2 things. One is the filth, and I do mean filth, down on the peninsula, and I'll address it a little bit more. And the second one is the parking. I'm a property owner down there, and I'm here all summer. I'm not here absolutely all year. Every year I see it gets dirtier and dirtier, and part of the reason I can do that is because I am here just at the beginning of the summer. This year is the dirtiest that I've seen. I sort of waited. Well, I have my own house water sprayed and all that power spray and sealed and everything. This year it was worse than ever. I waited till Monday when they cleaned the side of my street. Then I came back, and soggy Budweiser beer case that I had to personally pick up, take to the trash, bags from Del Taco. Now I have a rat on my property because of all of this. I'm convinced. Trash on the beach. It's just plain dirty. The beach has never looked worse. I don't know why it can't be cleaned like the other beaches, like Crystal Cove. Crystal Cove seems perfectly clean. When I first bought my house, which was 1999, the beach was raked and cleaned on a regular basis. Now it just is not. The new trash cans are overflowing. It's unsanitary. And I did speak with the former head of our association before I say this, and I'm very hesitant to say it, but I will. Last weekend, there was no less than human feces on my neighbor's lawn and on the beach. Now, this is, Health and Human Services. I'm a California attorney, and I would be prepared to report it. If something is not done, it's more than serious. As you know, we have no public restrooms down there, and now the people, I think, in general, are avoiding paying on the pier, and then they use our parking area, which brings up the next subject. The parking is so bad that my granddaughter had an errand, they left, they parked in the street, and when they came back, there was absolutely no parking. Circled and circled, and finally just went to Crystal Cove. And then they came back and reported, Mother, that's fine. Crystal Cove, beautiful, clean beach like we used to have, great facilities, something to do. So, we are literally being kicked out of our own neighborhood. I had a house guest this weekend who was staying at the Marriott. She had to pay for a cab to get down there. The cab couldn't even drop her off with a convenient spot. And, need I say more? I think the permits are the answer. One side of the street, I proposed this. I drafted the proposed ordinance in 2007.
Right, thank you. I have a question of you, if I may.
Yes.
Can you be specific as to what your address is or what neighborhood you're talking about?
1559 East Ocean Boulevard. My neighbors are renting the house next door for, I believe, $20,000 a month.
15th and 16th Street?
1559 East Ocean Boulevard. The particular...
Between what streets going the other direction, 15th and 16th?
The first block, 4 blocks up from the Wedge.
Yeah, Ms. Miller's down on the point.
On Peninsula Point, Balboa Peninsula Point.
All right.
We'll take a look at that.
And are you
Next door,
referring, and
the
are
people-
you, I'm sorry, it's my
Yes.
turn to talk.
Yes.
I get
Excuse
3
me.
minutes too.
I'm sorry.
All right. Are you referring to the conditions that you saw over 4th of July weekend?
Yes.
Thank you.
And
All
the
right.
weekend before.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for your
And-
comments.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further members of the public like to come forward on a non-agenda item? Please come on down.
My name's Joe Distel.
I'm sorry, could you?
My name's Joe Distel. I lived in Newport Beach for 20 years. After I heard her, I just had to come up. It's McFadden Square and the Newport Pier. Just to give an example, it reminds me of Venice Beach in the 60s. I walked 2 weeks ago with my wife. I'm walking to the end of the pier, go around, 2 guys almost in a fight. Okay, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Come back down, 2 cop cars go out. We go down, she goes to use the restroom there, which in itself is a real experience for a woman. And I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, one of the homeless guys, one of the drunks that's there, there's a lady screaming at him, so there's a fist fight right there. And I'm going, this is insane. She's flying, her top comes off, thinking, this is Newport Beach. We leave, we walk down to 15th Street, come back, the cops are there again. It's filthy there. It's really terrible. The pier's awful. It's not clean. You have a lot of winos, drug addicts down there, passed out all day long. My wife was going for a walk. She's from New York. And she met another lady there from New York that was just there. And the lady said to her, I thought this was a nice area, Newport Beach. It was really offensive. Can't we clean it up? Is it possible to do that? Maybe we don't have the money. I think we do. I never see police there. Maybe if you raise the parking fees on the meters with the extra money, we can get something there. because you have to clean. It looks like Venice Beach. It's really disgusting. When I came here 20 years ago, I used to come here in the 60s. It was never like that. It doesn't represent the city in a positive image. That's what I believe.
And once again, are you talking about 4th of July weekend when you witnessed this?
I'm talking about for the past year, at least. It's getting better. Not the 4th of July. Come on. I go for walks 3 times a week for the past 5 years down there because I have to get my 10,000 steps in. And I can't believe it. You know, I mean, come on, guys. I know we can do something to clean it up. Just like they cleaned up Times Square, I think we can probably clean that up.
Right.
And it's good for the city and everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the public that would like to speak? Non-agenda items.
You know, Mr. Mayor, just some couple thoughts about the last 2 speakers. We probably should bring back to you just a list or a minor list of what we do, how often we do it. I do know that we've seen a greater influx of folks, not just on weekends, not just on the 4th of July weekend, but every day earlier in the season. And but I think it would be good to report back to you, and you can do a check of that to make sure we're allocating enough resources on the right days, and if we need to do more, we can talk about that because we would have the funding to do more. This is an important issue.
Right, thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Jack Gearlings. I live here in Newport Beach. I'm also an antique. Next year I'll be 90. And since the very early days, I've come down to Newport Beach. I surfed, and I got very well acquainted with some of the lifeguards. And you know, that's a really worthwhile endeavor. And my request to you is that this young man who gave his life that others might live, that we do something in the way of honoring him. Like, I don't suppose we're going to build a statue on, but there'll be no problem putting it. He's where we're going to put it. He wasn't politically inclined. And I think you remember the problem we had, but there's a lot of beach. And I think that there are a lot of citizens that would be very willing to donate some money to the city of Newport Beach in order to have some kind of a plaque or something honoring him. He's our first lifeguard, I believe, at least in my tenure, to have lost his life that others might live.
Thank you.
Mr. Kiff, we had, in our recent history, we've had another tragedy. Officer Bob Henry lost his life in the line of duty, and we named a park after him. I would be interested if my colleagues would investigate this to see if there isn't something that we can't do beyond a plaque or some acknowledgement of the role that the lifeguards do play in this town, and in particular, the example that Mr. Carlson did provide.
Let me just throw out an idea. We're refurbishing our lifeguard headquarters. What about naming it in his honor?
I would be supportive of that.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment on non-agenda items? Seeing none, we'll move on to oral reports from the City Council, and I would ask Councilwoman Daigle.
I have none.
Councilman Henn.
None, but I'll have a lot next time we meet.
Councilman Curry. No report. Councilman Selledge.
On June 25th, the Local Coastal Plan Committee met, and we had a lot of discussion on the coastal plan and the implementation plan and where we are on it. The committee decided that we needed to move ahead more quickly on it. We asked the staff to bring back to us as soon as possible a complete draft of the implementation plan, and with the schedule to process it as soon as possible. And we also, as part of that, discussed developing a community outreach program to make our residents aware of the local coastal plan the implementation part of it, and particularly those residents that live along coastal canyons, because they seem to be the ones that are going to be the most drastically affected potentially by the implementation plan. So we've asked the staff to move as rapidly as possible on this. We are a little bit frustrated on the lack of progress that we seem to be making in the overall goal of things. We have a lot of the parts already drafted, but we really need to see the complete draft. Does that pretty much wrap up what we did? Okay, thanks.
All right, Councilman Petros.
Last night, the Bicycle Master Plan Oversight Committee met and went over the draft of the Bicycle Master Plan, which is now available for public review through July 30th. This is a watershed document, a sea change for us in the way that we view mobility. It is a almost $30 million, 20-year plan to make investment in mobility other than automobiles. More than 50 miles of new bicycle trails, bicycle amenities and infrastructure, hubs, spot improvements, as well as education, encouragement, and other programs and plans are incorporated in this document. This is something new for our city, and it is time that we do look at these alternate modes like bicycling. I would encourage you, if you have an interest in this, if you own a driver's license, you are qualified, in fact, to please provide your comments. If you're a resident of our city, please take a look at the draft master plan. It's available on the city's website, and provide your comments about the vision of cycling in Newport Beach, either positive for it or other comments that you may have to move cycling elsewhere. It cuts both ways, I understand that. But it is a very, very significant momentum for us, and we really do look forward to public input on that document. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gardner.
I have nothing.
All right, and I have nothing. We'll move on to public hearing. Our first item on public hearing will be item number 13. I'm going to ask the staff for a report, and at that point in time, before the council comments, we're going to open it up to the public hearing aspect and allow anybody that would like to speak on the topic to speak. You'll be allocated 3 minutes an individual. I would ask you that to not just get up and repeat the exact same thing that the previous person said. If you want to come forth and give your name and acknowledge me too, you'll probably have more credibility with the council than saying the exact same thing again. So with that,
just one question. I know a great deal of thought goes into how we structure these things, but it seems to me that the council may be wanting to make changes in whatever is presented. I don't know at this point, but if there's already been public comment, then the public would have no way of commenting on what else might be presented. Would that be it seems to me that might be a problem for them, that we would have something new, but they'd already had their say, and then we would not have any feedback on whatever else might be proposed.
council opinion.
I'm fine with your proposal myself.
We'll proceed in the manner that I just described. Staff report, please.
Yes. Mayor Hill, members of the council, I'm Kim Brandt, your Community Development Director. And this project, the amendment to the land use element of the city's general plan, was initiated by City Council in May of last year. And we have been quite involved in preparing this project for City Council's review this evening. We have with us this evening not only all of the community development staff who have been involved in the process, as well as the public works staff, but we have our consultant team here so that we will be able to answer any questions that might be placed before you tonight. We don't want to go through a belabored presentation, but we do have Woody Tesher from PlaceWorks, who's going to give you an overview of the process and where we are today, and also share with you what the Planning Commission's recommendations were to the City Council on this amendment. And before Woody begins his comments, I do want to indicate that we received an email correspondence from one of the property owners of a property that has been considered as part of this project, and that was for 813 Balboa Boulevard, and that property owner is requesting withdrawal of his property from this project. So I just wanted to put that into the record prior to starting our presentation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Woody Tesher from PlaceWorks, who has been our primary consultant on this project.
Thank you, Kim. Mayor Hill, members of the council, it's a pleasure to be with you tonight. You have a lot of material in front of you, so I'm going to give you hopefully an encapsulated overview of indeed what you have in front of you here tonight as well. I'm going to talk about very briefly 7 particular aspects of this. First is really starting with overview of the process that you've been and we have been through for the last year. Talk a little bit about the foundation of indeed any of the amendments, what are the basic premises that led us to these. Talk a little bit about the scope of the amendments, focusing upon a number of MAP recommendations for changes and revisions in those. I will spend a few minutes talking about the scope of the policy in terms of the recommendations for revisions to those, as well as the glossary and implementation programs. I will talk very importantly about the findings of the environmental analysis that was conducted on the proposed amendments, and then also share with you, indeed, the primary recommendations that the Planning Commission made through the process as well. So this is just a list very quickly of indeed the various steps that we went through. As Ms. Brandt indicated, you started this process about 14, 15 months ago with the direction to proceed and revisiting the land use element in terms of where we are here in the year 2014. You appointed a committee. A number of you, Mr. Selich, Councilmember Selich, Councilmember Gardner, were members of that committee as well. And we met during the last year, beginning about a year ago at this time, over 13 times of intensive discussions about the content of the element and what the possible revisions would be as well. Back earlier this year in March, middle of March, the draft environmental document was released for public review and comment for a 45-day period for public review and comment. During that period in April, we also conducted a meeting up at the center room to basically allow the public the opportunity to learn about the kind of and the scope of the recommendations of the changes, as well as the preliminary findings of that environmental impact report. And then in May, 2 meetings were conducted with the Planning Commission regarding study sessions, if you will, to learn about and have the opportunity for discuss pros and cons, to begin to sort of catalyze their thinking about where they wanted to go. And then finally, at the beginning of June this year, a little over a month ago, the Commission conducted a public hearing, took public testimony, and made its recommendations, which are in the document that you have in front of you tonight. I think very importantly, the notion and the foundation, using the term, the starting point for this effort was the recognition that in 2006 this community worked extensively, in terms of many of you up here on the council as well, and behind me in the audience, upon creating a plan that was several years of effort to get to that effort, to where it was and adopted in 2006. And importantly, I think there was a strong sense that this was really a truly accurate reflection of the community's values, about what the community wanted to be, and those steps to get there and achieve those visions for the future as well. And there are on the screen a number of important principles that were established in that plan that provided the foundation as the committee and the staff worked and looking at how to, what some of us have described as an oil and lube job for a car, rather than throwing out the car, not throwing out indeed something that was very valuable, but to indeed make it continuing to run in a very positive area for the community. One is the fundamental notion, and you've heard a little bit of testimony about that, some other issues here tonight, about the importance of Newport Beach's character and the qualities of place that distinguish this as a place to live, indeed, for all and many of the people here as well. Also very importantly to the 2006 plan, which was also a foundation for this plan, is as we know that communities evolve and change over a period of time, and we recognize that communities will grow. But the notion was that any kind of growth in the future would be a conservative series of strategic changes and investments rather than wholesale change, preserving those neighborhoods, preserving those places that are important, and then focusing change where indeed there was need. And the last bullet basically encapsulates that were expressed in '06 the kind of areas in which the community might consider changes, recognizing that there may be areas that are not performing as well economically as other areas of the city. Indeed, the opportunity to, as we think now, and you talked about bicycling here tonight, opportunities to look at land use in a way in which we can reduce vehicle trips, to reduce distances of commuting from home to job, housing closer to places of jobs, and so forth. And then again, the last bullet, as you see up here, another foundation in terms of considering where changes and the type of changes that might be considered, is that again, those are reflective of those values that we talked about as well. So with that, this is a list of the kinds of changes that you have and revisions, and I'll use that term, to the plan that you are seeing. A number of changes and land use designations on the map. There are some recommendations in this project about modifying some of the land use capacities for various sub-areas of the city. There, as I said earlier, are some textual changes in terms of the policies and also some recommendations for revisions of the glossary and implementation programs themselves. The committee and the project that you have looked at 15 areas in which there might be some revisiting of the map in terms of the designations and the densities and the capacities of use related to these particular locations. In some of these areas, there are what I call corrections in effect, that the land use that is on the ground doesn't necessarily match what indeed the plan said in '06, so the need to begin to bring these in and sync these, if you will, for a degree of accuracy as well. There are also some areas that were discussed that indeed are not going to build out, or the property owners have requested that they not be built out to the capacities of amount of development that was indeed defined in the '06 plan, and these are called out for opportunities for reduced capacities from indeed what was specified in '06. And then there are a number of sites in which, indeed, the opposite, the opportunities for some increases in capacity are defined. I would like to emphasize, because I think there's been maybe a little bit miscommunication about this as well, that where there are in some places reductions and in some other places increases, the notion is not transferring use or density from one location to another location. Because, again, reading the general plan, you'll be very clear in understanding the transfers today are on a project-by-project basis, not at the scale of a citywide scale, and indeed any transfers of use and density are really guided by specific policies for specific sub-areas that contained in the plan, and those haven't been changed as a part of this effort as well. So let me talk to first, there are 3 sites, 3 locations in which the plan, this is the original document that you have in front of you, looked at changing land use designations. Number 2 up there is a site that Ms. Brandt indicated that there had been indeed, the property owner has basically withdrawn the request to make that land use designation change. So there are really only 2 locations. One, as you can see, seems fairly obvious, is that there's a site that currently is developed for a market. It was designated for multifamily residential in the plan, and indeed the recommendation is changed to designation to reflect the commercial use that is there today. The Gateway Park, adjacent to the old City Hall site across the boulevard, indeed had been designated for commercial, and I think everybody here is aware that it has been developed as green space, as an opening amenity to the community. And this is the map showing those 3 locations. And again, the map in the middle is the location for the site that had been withdrawn. So the notion here is that the map would be changed, the land use diagram, to reflect these changes. Then, as I indicated, there are certain locations in which there is, in this document, the opportunity and the proposal to reduce the capacities that are provided for in the tables in the plan. Of these sites, 5 of these are existing commercial centers, like the photograph of Harbor View Center that you see up here. And those are areas, even though there's asphalt parking lots, et cetera, Those areas have, in the existing plan, capacity for additional intensification, which indeed the property owners have basically indicated that they may not want any or all of it. And so the capacities on this chart, you will see a number of negatives up there on the chart, are to reduce, to scale back the potential capacity of development within those areas. There are then two sites listed as sub-areas 7 and 15. The southern portion of the community, southeastern portion of the community, which were areas in which the property owner also has suggested taking out and diminishing land use development capacity in those areas as well. And then these are the maps, which are also in your document, of those particular locations. Then there were the locations in which some additional development capacity had been recommended or for your consideration as a part of this land use amendment. The top three involve lands at or adjacent to Fashion Island or within Newport Center. There is sub-area 5 is not identifying specific sites within Newport Center, but is indeed the entire area that we refer to Newport Center. And there are recommendations for some additional capacities in terms of office, retail, and multifamily units within the area. The intent then with the additional housing is to provide that opportunity for, again, additional housing close to the places where the offices are, as well as to the shopping opportunities within the community as well. Areas 17 and 18, which I'll show you the maps in a second, are across the street, and I'll come back to the recommendations for that area in a second. And the last is the Harbor Day area. So as you look at the graphics here, the area 5 on that chart that you just saw is the entire boundary around Newport Center, and areas 17 and 18 are across the street, south of Fashion Island, and on one site the recommendation was for a hotel, and on the other for a square footage for mixed-use commercial product on that particular site. The last area, area 12, as you see on the map, is the Harbor Day School, and the recommendation there and the request had been to increase the capacity there for additional square footage to indeed support the educational functions and capacities on that particular site as well. The last large area in which we had recommendations was the airport area, which was subject, if you remember, back in 2006, for indeed some mixing of uses, the introduction of housing. In fact, since 2006, you've had a project approved, the Uptown project within that area, which has been proceeding for the notion of adding housing within the area. So we had 4 sites that were called out here, and I'll go to the map for this particular purpose, in which properties had been requested or as a part of the project had been requested for some potential changes of use. On 2 of these, what's referred to as 4A up there at the top of the graphic of the airport area, and on site 4C, et cetera, on those particular sites, there was a mix of uses that were proposed, including additional capacity for housing beyond what had been provided back in the 2006 plan. On 2 of the other sites listed as 4B in particular, there was a proposal for some a modest increase in retail and office beyond the capacities that had been defined in 2006. And then 4D, the site at the top right of the graphic, is a proposal for congregate care as well as some additional mixed-use capacity within the area, with the proposal that any development on that site would be trip neutral. In other words, the total cumulative trips on that site would not exceed the trips from the underlying permitted land use within that area as well. So those were the map changes. So again, just to summarize, there were some areas for change of designation, some areas for reduced capacity, and some areas in which there would be increases in development capacity. And then, as I indicated, we also looked at the policies, the written text, the guidance about moving forward in this community that are the expression of the values. And there are a couple of key areas in terms of why the policies were looked at for some revisions. One is we've had some fairly significant legislative changes in Sacramento since 2006, particularly in the areas of concerns about climate change that has manifested itself in some policies at the county level, the County of Orange Sustainable Community Strategy, which has been adopted, et cetera. And basically, these are strategies to look at how we in a community manage our land uses in a way that are going to reduce our per capita, our personal automobile use, make it more walkable, bicycle friendly, et cetera, as we move forward. And there are also some policies addressing, in terms of recent legislation, on something called complete streets, which is, as you talked about the bicycle plan here tonight, is also the notion that a street may be a place for an automobile, it may be a place for a bicycle, may be a place for a pedestrian, so multiple modes. And that is legislation that we didn't have in '06 that needs to be reflected in our plan as well. And then another sort of category of policy changes in your document are the changes that are reflective of certain documents or certain policies or efforts that you have pursued since '06. Two of those, the Lido Village Design Guidelines and Balboa Village Master Plan, had not been reflected in '06 and now have been embodied, and the directions proposed in those documents have been embodied in this plan. Also, and this is also consistent with the climate change direction from the legislation, is you have approved an energy action plan. Indeed, strategies for this community to look at reducing its energy use, its water use over time as well, and strategies how to achieve that. And that's been reflected into the plan. And then building off and treeing off of that, we've had a lot beyond just the legislation, but also what I call best practices about how we as planners and how we as communities are indeed addressing a number of key issues. Public health has become, since '06, it was probably not a topic we addressed a lot in '06, but it has become on the radar of individuals out there in communities that the health of our citizenry has indeed been affected by how we have developed in the past and how we move forward, etc. So there are indeed a whole series of policies addressing how we can look at our land uses and how we can look at recreation and how we can provide and support and enhance the health of the residents at every age level through this community in the future. So there are a number of policies in the plan that address that as well. And then building off of your energy action plan, which provided a very strong foundation about conserving those natural resources. We know where we are in the state of California with the water right now, but to continue to begin to move forward on platforms relative to conserving water and conserving energy for the future. And these are just some of the bullet points of the kinds of actions that are recommended through the policies in terms of achieving objectives for health and sustainability as well. And then also we, of course, have to make and reconcile the fact that I talked about, the fact that we have some map changes. We also have to look at making sure that the text of the policies correspond indeed to those map changes. So there's some policy modifications to reflect that diagram changes as well. And then whenever you write a plan, there was so much in '06 that was new in terms of written policy. It was a fundamental transformative plan to where you had been in terms of the earlier plan, that when you write them for the first time, and the council and the commission deliberated for hours on those back in '06, it's really, are they really going to work? It's testing them for their effectiveness once you have adopted a plan and being prepared to say, hey, that sounded like a great idea, but it's not working, or we don't understand the language of the plan as well. So there's been an effort as a part of this process to go back, look at those policies that were written back and approved back in '06, and to begin to modify some of the language to make sure that they were reflective of, indeed, not only community values, but doable, feasible, that you can move forward as well. And then there was, as again, all the work in '06, we have found a couple of places where there were errors, typographic errors and word errors, et cetera, and language changes. So there have been some minor policies for that as well. So those are the scope of the policy revisions. Then, if you remember, we have a group of definitions, a section of the plan called the glossary. It refers to terminology used throughout the plan. That's in the definition of the term. So based upon the kinds of changes that I've just indicated in the policies, there are a number of new terms that have been added that are defined in this plan, and there's a list of those exactly there. And then there are some policy and definitions that have been amended, similar to the policy amendments, to make them more clear than they were back in '06, and you will see that there are certain terminology such as the word compatibility and policy that have been amended in terms of this as well. And then as we, in terms of the final changes of content, if you remember again at the back of the plan, there's a roadmap of actions that basically say we have our body of policies, here's how we move forward to carry out those policies that are in the plan. And by having a number of new policies in the plan addressing a number of topics, there are 3 new programs that have been incorporated in this land use element. A program to prepare a climate action plan that will enable you to be consistent with the requirements of AB 32, SB 375 to administer a document you've already approved, the Energy Action Plan, which was not addressed in 06, and to maintain and implement energy management plans and conservation. Again, growing off of your EAP, et cetera. So with this proposed project, our environmental staff, who again is here for any questions that you may have and can respond to the findings of what was developed as a supplemental environmental impact report. I won't go through all the analyses there, but I'd like to highlight that they were as a result of the analyses of the proposed amendments to the plan. There were 4 key areas in which the document and the analyses found that there may be significant and unavoidable adverse impacts. The first of those is on greenhouse gas emissions, and I need to clarify this because you are going to be able, where it reads up there, the text says the city would not achieve the long-term GHG reduction goals. The only reason you won't be able to achieve those goals is the state has yet to define the 2050 strategy on how to achieve them. The goals that have established for 2020 under the direction of the Air Resources Board, you will be able to achieve through this plan, et cetera. In fact, I should emphasize that the finding of the environmental impact report suggests and indicates through its technical analyses that actually in 2020 you will have, as a result of this plan, an actual reduction in per capita greenhouse gas emissions than you would have had under the 06 plan. So this plan and the amendments as suggested actually achieves a benefit for you in moving towards the goals that have been established as well. Then the 3 other areas that were identified as significant potential and unavoidable impacts: issue of noise and vibration. This is inherently, if you're going to have construction, you're going to have noise, you're going to have vibration. You have certain policies and regulations. That's sort of the old fact of life. If we're going to have any kind of change, that is a result. And indeed, there's mitigation specified, but still, you'll have noise and vibration, and it's unavoidable as well. The population and housing finding in terms of significant impact is kind of a technical finding. What SCAG does, basically the finding, is your population numbers and your employment numbers are going to exceed SCAG's projections. Why will they exceed SCAG's projection? They will exceed it because SCAG, in its last version of its projections, used the numbers that you had in 06. So if you're changing the numbers you have here in 2014, it's going to be different than the numbers in 2006. So again, this is sort of a technical finding of an inconsistency with a regional plan. And then finally, the issue of transportation and traffic, that we, again, have a couple of our individuals here tonight who work extensively in numerous hours on the traffic findings. But let me summarize some of the significant impacts in terms of the findings. This is a chart that shows, indeed, 3 locations where the impacts will be different in effect than the findings that they were in 06. You will see in the first 2 locations, Irvine University and MacArthur Ford Drive, that the level of service in the AM and PM are the same in terms of their grading, but indeed the reason why those are identified as being impacted is that there's a change in the level of service, but the fact that the threshold or the measurement by which you calculate numbers of trips to an intersection exceeds the standard of a 1% change in terms of traffic flow through those intersections. And those 2 intersections, that would be the case. Then there are the other location, Van Carmen and Alton Parkway, is an area where indeed the levels of service do change over time, as you can see upon this chart. Now, these impacts are the impacts, again, back in 06, and under the 2014 Land Use Amendment proposal, are impacts that would occur without mitigation. What I mean by mitigation, if you look back to the mobility element, the circulation element in the 06 plan, you will remember there are a series of technically what I call bubble diagrams, real technical term for them, but show how intersections can be improved by adding a lane, adding a turning lane, adding signalization, and other improvements. Bottom line, these impacts, in effect, can be mitigated, that are defined in this chart, by full implementation of those measures. And I also want to be clear that the mitigation as defined in 06 did not infer that those mitigations should occur within a specific time frame. Remember, we said in 06 that you're looking for a long-term plan, a 20 to 25-year plan, so the anticipation is those mitigation measures would be implemented on an orderly manner as resources became available and represent the full ultimate build-out scenario when all those would have to come into place, which we're not at yet. So indeed, the mitigation basically is a kind of a improvement that occurs over time rather than in one fell time swoop or time period in an immediate time period. The analysis also looked at the freeway intersections, what are called the main line, which are the segments of the freeways, and the ramp segments. There were 6 areas along the main line where impacts were identified and 2 freeway ramp segments as well.
Woody, I need to stop you right there for just a quick sec.
Sure.
Well, no, you don't clap because you don't know what I'm going to say. I want to make it clear and for the record that when those freeway impacts were assigned in Newport Beach, they were done so under the direction that any trip added to those freeways would constitute an impact.
Thank you.
Yet, when Irvine did their vision plan, Caltrans, in fact, wrote a letter saying that they're the owner-operator of these freeways, and that Caltrans uses a threshold of up to 200 vehicles an hour, or 30 if you're at level of service F. So, in fact, the city of Newport Beach did not use Caltrans thresholds, and in fact, I would posit, using the owner-operator's thresholds, there would not be those impacts.
And we can have our traffic people have further discussion on that at your direction, again in the Q&A.
And Woody, that is also consistent with the John Wayne Airport Settlement EIR.
Good.
So
I think that's excellent to point out. Thank you, Councilmember Petros. The EIR, the environmental document, the SER, also analyzed a number of alternatives to the plan. And remember, we're starting our benchmark here as the 06 plan, and we're measuring against the changes that would occur from 06. The alternative that was identified alternatives are identified really to look at, are there feasible alternatives to indeed the proposal and the amendments that could reduce impacts and also achieve project objectives. So the alternative that was identified in the supplemental environmental impact report was to indeed delete those 4 sites that you saw on the map as alternative areas in which additional development capacity would be. The finding of the environmental document that its deletion would, under the definition of CEQA of an environmentally superior alternative, be the environmentally superior alternative, somewhat obviously because the impacts will be less, quantifiably less indeed of the proposal itself. It meets most project objectives, though it may not meet all project objectives in terms of the mix of land uses that would indeed enable people to live closer to their jobs. It would not eliminate a number of impacts upon a series of areas. The 4 areas that I mentioned earlier about significant impacts as well, for which, et cetera, and it identifies as those less intense. So, as I mentioned before, to get to the end here, the Commission deliberated, reviewed, made recommendations for some edits to the policies, which are in the documents that you have in front of you, and they did make one recommendation for a change of the map considerations that had been a part of the project. These were the original 4 sites that I mentioned earlier in the presentation in the airport area, and basically the Commission recommended pulling out 2 of those sites. So the sites going back again, just for clarity, these 2 sites, one we refer to as the hangars property, and the other site, which had development capacities, these are 2 areas, and it would then 2 sites would remain. what's referred to 4A, which would have a mix of increased capacities for housing and commercial land use within the area. And then on the other diagram, the site 4D, that has been proposed for a congregate care facility within that area as well. So those were the recommendations in terms of the map changes themselves. The language changes are shown within the actual full body text, basically maintain the basic thrust with some wording changes of some of the policies within the plan itself. So this final chart was put together to basically show you, because we know that traffic obviously is a significant question and issue within the city of Newport Beach. We wanted to do a comparison here to understand what, since we have an existing 06 general plan, we have a proposed 2014 land use amendment, we have, as just mentioned, an alternative within the SEIR to remove indeed the recommendations for the airport area, and then we have in effect the fourth, which is indeed the recommendation of the Planning Commission to keep 2 of those sites and to delete 2 of those particular areas. So what you see here, again, on the left of the brown that resulted in the 06 general plan. So you had a total of about, I'm going to round numbers off here, about 950,000 trips, average daily trips resulting from that plan that was approved and has been in place since 2006. The 2014, the difference that you see up there, you see a slightly higher bar, is adding about 8,500 additional trips to that number that was going to be generated in 06. That represents about a 1% increase over the base of 945,000 trips. It's about a 1% change from what the 06 plan had said as well. Then you look at the diagram, the blue, which is then the representation of the implications of removing the airport area from, indeed, those changes that have been recommended for the airport area. And there's a reduction in trips of about 2,200 or so trips, and that's less than a 0.01% reduction from what the current plan that is in place today would have allowed. And then if you run with...
I'm sorry, that's reduced, that's eliminating the two
sites
areas, not all 4.
That's not all 4, that's correct. And then, the blue is eliminating all 4. Okay. The blue is all 4. The purple, the next one over, the lilac color, is the one that eliminates the 2. That is reflective of the Planning Commission. So there, in terms of numbers, in terms of quantity of total number of trips, you're adding about 2,400 trips above what we would have, these are citywide numbers, than you would have had in 06 plan as well. And that's less than 0.5% change from what you had in 06. Bottom line is the percentages on a citywide basis on trips are relatively modest that you can see here in terms of the cumulative numbers on a citywide basis themselves. So with that, I'll throw it back to Ms. Brandt, and I just introduce quickly to wave the hand. We have Tony Bryan here, obviously, talk about transportation. Marley Whiteman from Urban Crossroads, who can talk in questions you may have, answering questions on traffic. And Joanne Hadlin, somewhere around here, is our CEQA person. There she is, just for any questions that the council may have about any of the content here.
I did have one quick question. What's the trip count associated with the congregate care facility?
If I may, Councilmember Hand, that proposed project is trip neutral, and that's how it was analyzed in the environmental document. Excuse me, Mayor Hill, at this time we would be happy to answer any questions that the City Council may have.
All right, we're still in the public, or we haven't started the public hearing process. So I would like to open it up to the public at this point in time, unless any council member has a burning issue to make a comment. Seeing none, we'll begin the public hearing process. Could I have just a show of hands as to how many people will actually be speaking? Okay. We're kind of designed for this, so we have 2 microphones. And I would ask you to start to line up in 2 different lines, and so that we can just move back and forth. We'll just rotate from mic to mic and hear what you have to say. And we'd ask that you all start with your name so that we have that correct in the minutes of the meeting.
Mayor Hill, members of the council, my name is Tom Collister.
Been a Newport Beach resident since 1970, currently live in Corona Del Mar. As the very articulate overview that was just presented, there were a couple of key factors here that I'd like to just review. Number one was that in the 2006 general plan, as a part of the vision and values of that plan, and I think I'm quoting fairly closely here, one of them was to reduce the commuting distance between home and jobs, and the most key one was to enhance the values distinguishing Newport Beach as a special place to live for its residents. In other words, maintaining the character of this very unique coastal location. I moved down here from the city of Los Angeles after living up there for a number of years, and the primary reason that I moved down here, and I think the reason that most of the people that I know that live here moved down here, was to have that unique coastal community, a residential environment that favored life, the quality of life, as opposed to heavy traffic, commercial environment, heavy building, a lot of congestion and the like. I've seen a lot of changes in the last 40-plus years, and I think on the whole they've all been good. Traffic, I'd like to see a little bit less of that, but that's the real world. What I'm hoping that the council will take a look at is particularly the area of Newport Center, where according to the general plan, at least as I understand it, you're talking about adding in Area 5, 500,000 in one location of commercial space, another 50,000 in another place, and 500 residential units. That is going to be an absolute disaster as far as maintaining the character of this portion of the city is going to be. I hope you would reject that and work to encourage the vision and values that was set forth in 2006 and as a foundation for the 2014 general plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I could, we're going to be here all night if you want to applaud after every speaker. And so if you keep it up, we'll change the rules. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Hill and members of the City Council. My name is Marko Popovich. I've owned my Bayview Heights home for over 29 years and lived in Newport Mesa for 10 years before that. I'm president of SPAWN, Stop Polluting Our Newport, and I'm following up on our comment letters sent earlier and in your council packet. Our request to the City Council, as stated in those materials, is do not support this proposed land use amendment, and do support a broad-based resident advisory committee review process, as we did leading up to the 2006 general plan. In the last 3 weeks, we've been talking to people at tables and in neighborhoods, explaining the amendment. And the results are almost 2,000 signers who ask such things as, what's in it for us? Or, where are the reductions in traffic promised in the 2006 general plan? On July 3rd, we received a graphic from the city that we just saw showing what the on-the-road traffic is now in 2013 versus what would be expected by the 2006 general plan, and this proposed amendment, including alternatives. What it is now is 790,000, and that was in the lower left corner of what Woody just presented. But what is still lacking, if voters are to be informed, is the difference occurring on our streets, especially PCH and MacArthur, if development is moved from Newport Coast to Newport Center, as this amendment proposes. We're here now to reiterate our belief that, to do justice to the voters as well as to the California Environmental Quality Act, this amendment should have been done in conjunction with the circulation element and a full environmental impact report, as required for a major project such as this. Having contacted so many folks personally, we're even more convinced today that the right thing to do is to deny this amendment and go back to a broad-based citizen review of the circulation element along with the land use element. I ask you, dear council, to work with the public to maintain Newport Beach as the charming place we all know and love. Thank you.
Just have a question. Yes. I've got your thing, and it says sign the petition, and I have a question about the number of average daily trips, because I looked at the same table and I got a very different number. So is there Am I not counting right, or is there an error on here? Do you know?
I think what we're doing here is we're comparing the number of average trips that this could generate to what would happen if the 2006 general plan had been adopted in its entirety, as opposed to what's on the ground now. And CEQA dictates that you have to compare it to physical. I'm maybe not answering your specific question.
All right, well, maybe we can email or something and clarify it.
I'm going to ask Dorothy Krause to answer that question, if she may speak next. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Councilmember Gardner. Spawn.
I'm sorry, your name, please?
Dorothy Krause. The traffic analysis that was conducted for this land use element amendment assumes that the decrease in development in the Newport Coast area will result in a decrease of average daily trips. Those trips were transformed into real trips on paper and therefore used to reduce the trips that will result from the increased development in Fashion Island and Newport Center. Spawn believes we call those phantom trips. They're not real trips. So when you look at the ADTs for the proposed increased development in Fashion Island and Newport Center and the airport area, it results in 19,000 average daily trips.
Well, I would just suggest then if you're going to cite something, I mean, you're citing a table that says something different. I mean, the number of that table is 8,000 and something. So I'm not going to argue with your methodology, but there's a lot of confusion if you have read it and you see the different numbers.
Yeah, we've done the presentation in a couple of different forums and went over that in quite a bit of detail. So we will make that correction in the future. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
My name is Chris Broaddus, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I am president of the Broadmoor Hills 2 Community Association. I would like to read a brief statement from our board of directors. Broadmoor Hills 2 is located 1 mile east of Newport Center. Therefore, any increase in traffic or building density in the center has a direct adverse effect on our community. The general plan amendment that you're considering will add a significant increase in traffic and development density. 550,000 square feet of commercial and office space, 500 additional residential units with an estimated 9,000 or how many daily car trips. These cars will pass through and around Corona del Mar. Add this to the already approved projects either being built now or soon to be built, and you have a recipe for gridlock. MacArthur Boulevard, San Joaquin Hills Road, San Miguel, Pacific Coast Highway are already heavily trafficked streets. There's no room to widen them to accommodate more cars. It would be nice if everyone could live in and enjoy our beautiful city, but that's not possible. So please do not spoil it for those who live and work here. Please do not approve this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dennis Baker. Good evening, Mayor Hill and members of the council. My residence is the closest residence to the intersection of MacArthur and PCH. I'm 100 feet away from that. So I'm very exposed to the situation in that area. I am the treasurer of Spawn and also represent the West Flower Streets on the Corona del Mar Residents Association Board. I am currently and have been in the past an officer of various nonprofit organizations. This often involves soliciting donations and support, negotiating contracts, working with government agencies and volunteers. A basic premise that I always go by is to determine early on what's in it for them. I don't think this question has been addressed by the city in this whole process. So it may sound selfish, but I'm going to take the approach that what's in it for us, the residents of Newport Beach. Though all intersections of the city should operate at a level D or better, 3 exceptions exist. Those 3 exceptions are all located on Pacific Coast Highway. 2 of those are located in Corona Del Mar. The other one is located at Dover and PCH. The proposed amendment does nothing to improve these exempted intersections. There is nothing proposed that indicates traffic will get better. Since there are really no changes proposed for these intersections, how can adding daily trips do anything but make things worse? Here's what in the proposed amendment is for us, the residents of Newport Beach, who travel PCH in Corona Del Mar and also in Mariner's Mile over near Dover. More traffic. Now I understand that when Woody presented his graphs and he went over that, he indicated looked fairly balanced, but it's still a shifting. The total may be fairly balanced, but I do not see how any way conditions in Corona Del Mar are going to stay the way they are now, which isn't exactly great, with the 2 intersections already being exempted. We're going to have more built-out space. We're going to have more annual expense. We're going to have more people entering and leaving the city. Now, everything in this general plan amendment is not universally bad. Certainly, Woody touched on many things that need to be done, should be done, and at some point will be done. But I don't think that offsets the bad. And I still come back to, as our elected representatives, why would you vote for this? What is in it for us, your constituents? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Wyatt Mitchum, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion. I live in Newport Beach, moved here in 1963 as a young little person. I've watched Newport Beach grow and bust at the seams. I've looked at the hydrocarbons on the buildings on Balboa Boulevard, how it builds up all over. I hear everybody talking about traffic, but I really heard Woody talk about greenhouse gases. I don't care how you monitor the lights, the cars are still going to give off carbon. It doesn't go away. These gases build up for our kids, your kids, everyone in the neighborhood. And we're breathing this gas, and this is a footprint on Newport Beach, Corona Del Mar, the areas around it. As it blows in, the clean air that we have coming off the ocean, now we're polluting other communities. We have a breeze, but now we're polluting other places because we want to make a bigger footprint, a large footprint on an area that's busting at the seams. I listened to the lady talk about Balboa. It's busting at the seams. It's not only the 4th of July, it's all the time. And there's always stuff going on down there. Drive down there and look at the carbon on the buildings. You can see the black carbon on the buildings, on the plants. I used to live on Topaz, on Balboa Island. Same thing from the planes, carbon, and that was 30 years ago, all over the plants. Every morning we'd rinse it off. We're talking about increasing traffic and off. I heard Woody say something about carbon gases, but he really didn't go into it. He went into the other bullet points, didn't even something about offsetting it with bicycles. I don't mean that to be funny at all, but if I understood that wrong, please correct me, because that's not going to offset it. You don't offset that way. If you want to buy carbon credits, we can do that as a city. But I'm watching a place where I grew up as a young little kid, and I'm watching it just go away. It's not what it used to be. And I hear everybody in this community, all the neighbors and everybody, saying the same thing. And you represent us. You represent what we feel in our health and what Newport Beach represents. And all I can say is, all I heard about is traffic. And as well, Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm sure you heard what I heard. If I misunderstood it, please correct me. But please consider this, what we're planning to do. there's revenue coming in. I can understand an undeveloped building, having more medical buildings put up. Lord knows we need more. You know, I'm in Newport Beach. I think we have enough. That's my time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Honorable Mayor Hill and members of the council, I'm Portia Weiss, a resident of Newport Beach. I'm going to read a lot of my presentation tonight because I'm going to be exactly quoting a couple of the I read through 525 comments that were submitted to the SPAWN online petition regarding the proposed amendment. The petition summary, by the way, and all vital information regarding the petition may be accessed at spon-newportbeach.org. My only 2 cents that I'm going to be putting in tonight that's not a quote from somebody else is I'm going to ask you all to vote no on the proposed amendment and be the City Council with a legacy of having saved Newport Beach for future generations. I will dig up more than 2,000 people to support you, and I will be there for you. 92663, quote, "We love this community. The plan changes are simply too extensive. Traffic in and out of Newport Beach is already difficult. The proposal is not balanced. It is growth, growth, and more growth. When added to increased activity at John Wayne and development of Banning, it is overwhelming and will change our community to high-density nightmare. Slow down the build explosion. Newport Beach is a special place that needs to maintain some of its space and character." 92665, as a 45-year resident of Newport, I do not want Newport to become high-density Los Angeles by the beach. As a former real estate developer, I understand the developer's desire to build, but we residents expect City Council to protect our community from the unreasonable profit objectives of the Irvine Company and the developers. Just say no. Now, I picked the softer comments here, and I'm not kidding. I mean, they were pretty rugged, some of them. 92657. We have lived in Newport Beach since 1977, moving to Newport Coast area in 2002. In that time, traffic and congestion has caused trip times and therefore air pollution to more than double, if not triple, within city parameters. This negatively impacts the quality of life for residents of Newport Beach and downgrades the desirability of a Newport Beach address. The job of our City Council should be to protect the quality of life for residents of Newport Beach and to guard our beautiful city from becoming Santa Monica and or LA. Please, no more large building projects in Los Angeles. 92665, it's time to stop. The traffic is overwhelming. 92661, by adding more people and buildings, you will be increasing congestion and activity to an already bustling area. I would rather see the funds directed to maintaining and improving what already exists, reworking dead, rundown areas. Let's use what we have better rather than just adding more. Thank you. 92660. There's no reason for this. The city has enough tax revenue and real estate values are high because of the quality of life here. Don't destroy the heritage for the past and future generations so that a few connected. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please. Yes, sir.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Bill Bennett. I'm a resident of Newport Beach. And by now you're aware that if you place this item on the ballot, the voters are going to ask why. How does it benefit the residents? And one aspect of that question is economic. What will be the financial benefit to anyone other than the developers asking for these new entitlements? As we peruse item 813 tonight, specifically I'm looking at the proposed amendment by the Planning Commission. I would turn your attention to the final page where you see the list of attachments. CC10 is a fiscal impact analysis which was created by Applied Development Economics, a company hired by the city. The analysis compares the expected revenues in fees and taxes and sales taxes, etc., against what it would cost the city to support the services if the proposed development were built out. It's my understanding that the Land Use Amendment Committee, which advised on this development, never even saw the fiscal impact analysis. And although it was included in the Planning Commission's staff report, the Planning Commission said that it was not relevant to their planning decision. But it is relevant to the taxpayers, and it should be relevant to you. Because according to the city's own consultant, changing from the build-out of 2006 to the proposed build-out would produce a net loss to the city of $5.3 million every year. And that reduces the gain the voters were led to believe to expect in 2006 by a significant amount of 24%. The transfer of the Irvine Company development rights from Newport Coast to Newport Center is particularly problematic. They represent a net loss to the taxpayers for millions and millions of dollars per year in order to enable the developer to build something that they now must think is more profitable to them than what they had proposed in 2006. But it is not more profitable to us. It's understood that to offset these costs, the city will likely assess fees through developer assessments. But such fees are only a one-time basis, while the burden on the city and its taxpayers will be a permanent incursion year after year after year. I urge you to vote no tonight and stop this amendment from reaching the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would staff like to comment? We've heard before this debate back and forth as to whether this amendment is costing the city money or not. Do staff have a comment on that?
Yes, Mayor Hill. We did contract with a consultant to provide a fiscal analysis which analyzed the proposed land use changes in terms of property tax revenue, sales tax revenues, and other primary revenues that would be associated with the proposed land use changes, as well as what we felt were, or what the consultant felt were, reasonable expenditures associated with public services. And so that included not only public safety, but also more of the admin services and other recreation functions of the analysis. So it looked at the what was the anticipated revenues that would be associated with those map changes under the current general plan, and what the proposed change was when you looked at all of them at an individual basis and then summed it up cumulatively. So when you look at the proposed change, our speaker is correct. There is an overall decrease in projected revenue based on this fiscal analysis when you looked at all of the 18 map changes in as a whole.
This is the report.
And
Mr. Martin, $5.3 million a year. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that?
Kim, I thought that I had asked this question before, and I thought that we were talking about a surplus or a positive impact. Right.
Right, but there's still. So I'm sorry. What I was consulting with Brenda Wineski. What that net change is in terms of the city's net surplus, and so even though our projected income versus expenses at general plan build out is a positive balance. The projected changes, however, do reduce that balance by the number that I just. By the 5.3 million. So it doesn't put the city in a deficit position in terms of the revenue and expenditures, but rather it is an incremental decrease in the overall revenues.
So can I get some idea of the magnitude? The decrease was around $5 million, is that right? But what's the overall surplus that remains after that?
The remaining surplus is $16.4 million.
Okay.
And just to be clear, is that a function of the fact that we're eliminating hotels, which generate significant hotels through the revenue through the TOT tax?
That is the most significant change.
Right. So, for example, if we turned all of this into building hotels, we would generate a huge surplus, but that's not necessarily the best land use.
Correct, and there's not necessarily the market to support.
Right.
So, once again, I'm not saying that we're going for full adoption of this, but if we were to go based upon the reports that have been presented today, that what we're hearing as a reduction is a reduction of the profitability, not non-profitable.
That is a correct statement, and that's considering all 18 land use changes.
All right, thank you.
And I think what Councilman Curry is saying is that the biggest component of that is the elimination of the hotel rooms.
I'd like to go next. My name's Carl Cassidy. I've been going to the Finance Committee reports for several years here, and I'd like to talk to Attachment 10. Thank you for deferring to me. I want to make it real clear that the economic study does provide for a $5 million loss. In order to get to a surplus, there has to be a $20 million cut in city services. I empathize for the people here that talked about dirty beaches. I empathize with the young man that's given his life. At the end of the day, this is a $5 million, this consultant paid by the city, this is a $5 million loss to the city. Okay, I'm going to call it, this is an Attachment 10. If you haven't studied it thoroughly, I would encourage you to do so. So my question to you is, why would you vote for possibly for this fiscally irresponsible plan? Okay, I'm going to quote from Attachment 10, taken as a whole, the general plan amendment would reduce future city revenues by $5 million per year. Taxpayers and selected city valued employees are going to pay for this, to provide this benefit to selected city stakeholders. Okay, the net, I quote again from page 3 of the Attachment 10, the net effect, this is from the city's consultant, the net effect of the general plan amendment is a negative fiscal impact for the residential units of the city. Okay, I defer to Ms. Brandt on land use planning. This is a financial issue. If you want to look into this further, I would encourage you to consult with the finance people in the city. Okay. In order to get to this fiscal plan, there's some very untimely economic assumptions. They used cost data from the year 2002. I would encourage you again to look at page 2 of the impact study. I want to read again. All of this is quotes from the consultants that are again, office uses generally have a less positive fiscal impact because they tend to have high employee densities and generate a lot of traffic, which increases costs for police protection and road maintenance. Okay? Talk to the net effect of the general plan for condos and apartments, owners and residents, is a negative fiscal impact to for these types of residential units. Okay, with respect to your question about the impact of the hotel, I want to quote again from the plan, page 2. The effect of hotel and other visitor serving uses includes a cost impact to the public sector estimated at almost $1 million a year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Okay. My name is Roberta Boginis-Nimitsada. I'm from Newport Beach.
Could you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Yes. My name is Roberta Boginis-Nimitsada. I'm from Newport Beach. I think that when the gentleman had the slide that said 8,500 additional yearly people who would be using the roadways, I think that was a very misleading way of presenting statistics, because they're talking about one area of Newport Beach being less, and it would, in other words, it would make up for the increase in the other area of Newport Beach. However, there are a lot of developments going on. One is the Gateway West Side project in Costa Mesa that plans to use 176 residential units right on 17th Street. They plan to build it where a former aerospace company used to be, or is now actually operating. And there's development going on all around, besides Newport Beach, all around the area, including Irvine and beyond that. So you're going to be getting people coming to Fashion Island and going to the beach that are that they'll be unbelievable in numbers. I think that was a very misleading statement, a very misleading slide showing 8,500 additional trips. It didn't make any sense to me. If 500 people, if there's 500 new residents, as the woman who was complaining, who lives near Fashion Island, if they took one trip a day, let's say that they only took one trip a day, it would be 187,300 trips per year. That's nowhere near 8,500 additional trips. And that's just talking about that one residential complex.
Those are daily trips.
Daily trips?
ADT.
Okay, but
not to contradict what you're saying as far as the numbers and the regional aspect, but just that's what that does mean as far as...
okay, daily trips. Yeah. Okay, but it still doesn't take into consideration all the areas around Newport Beach that are developing. Newport Beach said that they would like to, in this amendment, to develop underdeveloped areas, fiscally keeping it fiscally sound and yet keeping the residents happy and whatnot. So I don't see where it's going to actually be impacted the way they said it would. I think there's going to be terrible traffic, and the surveys that Don Webb put out to people, the main problems they complained about was traffic, the Newport Beach residents. So I don't really see where this amendment is going to alleviate that at all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Kim, I just want to clarify, when the impacts were assessed for the EIR, the consideration of growth in Costa Mesa, in Irvine, Huntington Beach, all around us, in fact, the county, the entire county, was considered in that future projection. So all that stuff out there is in our assessment.
That is correct.
Okay.
My name is Barry Allen. I live in Corona Del Mar. I prepared these written statements before Woody spoke today, so I just want you to take that into consideration, because I'm going to give you the statistics at the end that I think support my figures. Because I got accused with the June 5th letter that I sent to the Planning Commission that I cooked the books to come up with 16,800 car trips. So I went back to all the documents that you've got in front of you, and I also had them too, to try and come up with a different figure then. So what I did is I think the GPA experts and the staff and consultants will agree that the new car trips that will be generated if this GPA is approved is almost 20,000 cars. A new car trip I define as one that doesn't now exist, but will exist if this GPA is approved. Less, and this is really important, I don't include anything from the airport area. Yes, all 20,000 new car trips will be in Newport Center, Fashion Island. Of course, they will travel in and out and through the entire city and clog all our roads, not just the ones nearest to Newport Center. You can try to fool all the residents with already approved car trips and past GPAs, but the key fact remains they don't exist nowhere, anywhere, but they will if this 2014 GPA is approved. Why do the Chamber of Commerce people and all their developer friends not want you to hear the truth? Because if the council and residents knew the real figures I am giving you, they might demand another GPA to be created by more residential-friendly council that would follow the rule, yes, rule, that this is a residential community and not one to benefit commercial developments, and in this particular case, for only one entity, the Irvine Company. This is the same company that is now giving you the tallest office building in Orange County in Newport Center and want to build another one with this GPA approval. And at the same time, getting rid of places like the Ritz restaurant to build another office building. I could go on, and you know that. The facts are not disputable, that almost 20,000 new car trips. If anyone wants to know where this comes from the planning documents, I'll tell you. You take ES-2 and ES-4 created by urban consultants that list the square footage and car trips, and they use ADT of 9.97 per 1,000 square feet. The two new buildings, PIMCO and TIC headquarters, both built but not occupied, and each 400,000 square feet at least, that the ITE manual would assess to them a certain figure routine attachment to the positive attachments to the document show that if you calculated ADT in peak hour, or you can go to the traffic model, which assigns 9.97 ADT to each 1,000 square feet. In my earlier letter to the I don't care which is correct, but not lower than 16,000 and not more than 20,000. Either figure should be frightening to anyone. Look at all the traffic now and add 16 to 20,000 more in the area of Fashion Island. And I've cited to the documents that you've got in front of you and the documents provided by your consultants and the ADT figures from the traffic model. Thank you very much. And by the way, I calculated the square footage on the Irvine Company and the PIMCO Tower, and that's how I came up with the additional car trip. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes, sir.
Mayor Hill, members of the council, my name is Doug Lassard, and I'm with Belmont Village Senior Living. We're associated with the site that's referred to as the UAP Company site in the airport area on Jamboree and campus. We are the developer of the project, and we're proposing to develop there as a fully licensed assisted living, independent living, and Alzheimer's care facility. In Newport Beach, our use is called congregate care, and it's allowed in very few sites in the city. It's allowed only in private institutional zones, which are all currently used. They're occupied by churches and schools and libraries and that sort of thing. So without being part of this general plan amendment, there's really no opportunity to develop more senior housing. What we have proposed is an amendment to the anomaly table to increase the floor area ratio to allow trip-neutral congregate care. We would generate no additional traffic from what's already allowed on that site, completely zero. The Planning Commission recommended to keep us as part of the plan. There was an alternative to eliminate all of the airport area sites, but they left 2 in there, and we're one of them. So we ask that you do the same as well, and if you choose to move this forward. Just a little bit about what we do and the services we provide. Belmont Village is a national operator of high-quality communities. We operate 11 communities here in California. We're in neighborhoods such as Rancho Palos Verdes, Westwood, Thousand Oaks, Cardiff by the Sea, neighborhoods very similar to Newport Beach. And there is definitely a need for more senior housing in this community. We have 2 projects that are affiliated with the University of California. Our Westwood project has an affiliation with UCLA. We were selected in a competition to build a community near Berkeley. We won that over 22 other developers that competed for that, and we should break ground on that later this year. We've had some discussions with UC Irvine, and actually in your packet, it was part of the Planning Commission report. There's 2 letters. One is from Dr. Frank LaFurla. He's a dean at UC Irvine. He is associated with UCI Mind. They're doing cutting-edge research on Alzheimer's. And he and his staff have been at our Westwood property, have seen our programs, and supports the need for more senior housing and supports our use on the site. And then also Linda Scheck, who's also with UCI Mind, longtime resident of Newport Beach, former director of the Alzheimer's Association, another letter of support. So that's all I have. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
I've got a question. You had, in discussions with me, you had indicated a willingness to help out on affordable senior housing in the city in another site in offering a contribution of $4,000 for every independent living unit up to $200,000. Is that something that you're still willing to do?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Hill, Council, my name is Bruce Beardsley. I live in Corona Del Mar.
A little bit closer.
A little closer?
Thank you.
Thank you. I live in Corona Del Mar. I've been a resident of the city for 34 years. And I know you said don't talk about traffic, but unfortunately that's the main reason why I'm here, and I think a lot of these people in the background. When I go into Los Angeles on a daily basis, the traffic coming into Newport Beach off of MacArthur is backed up beyond University. It's just continuing to grow and grow and grow. If you look at the traffic flow on the freeway, it used to be coming into Orange County was a piece of cake, going to LA was really packed. It's just the opposite. Coming into Orange County now, it's stop and go. It's gotten to be critical. And what I'm more concerned about from my former profession as a retired fire captain. And when I see the traffic accumulated to the point that it is now, and I hear about incidences where our rescue equipment is being held up in traffic because they can't get to their responses, that bothers me immensely. So I just would beg you guys, please, please vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Enrique Gonzalez, and I live in the Bluffs. The main concern I have is that growth is no longer progress. If we see bigger is no longer better, we have to make this reality come. Now, most of the people that support you in your elections are the people that have the money and have the wherewithal to fork some money out. The idea is you're representing us and not the dollars that brought you in. Please help the people that is asking you to keep the community the way you when you started to be a councilman was. And we don't want any big monuments or buildings that are just filling more and more and more, and more is no longer better. Every place is choking with more. Let's leave it like it is, and let's keep it simple. And don't depend so much for your election on the money, but more in the people that is behind you. That's where the force of democracy is. Please, power to the people, not to the dollar, please.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Bruce Bartram, 2 Seaside Circle, Newport Beach. I've been a resident since 1985. So far, the objections to the general plan amendment have centered around traffic and pollution and things like that, important things like that. But another aspect of that opposition comes from the Orange County Airport Land Use Commission. Part of your agenda is to overrule their determination that this land use amendment endangers public health and safety by allowing residential development in the airport area that is dangerous and could lead to excessive noise. In their letter, after you sent to them the state law required letter that you intend to overrule their determination that this is an unsafe project, they sent you a letter that's attached as part of your agenda dated June 11th, 2014. I'd like to say some excerpts from it. The Orange County Airport Land Use Commission has viewed the construction of residential uses, especially higher density residential uses so close to John Wayne Airport and in the area where general aviation air traffic is operating in very close proximity as poor land use planning. Therefore, the Airport Land Use Commission, acting in its responsibility to consider the broader perspectives in matters affecting the public's well-being and to protect public health, safety, and welfare, as well as the viability of public aviation facilities, by finding that the general planned land use amendment is inconsistent with the Airport Environs Land Use Plan for John Wayne Airport and the Airport Environs Land Use Plan for heliports. So it endangers public health and safety. But they have a kicker at the end of this little letter that's quite ominous for this city. Please be advised that the California Public Utilities Code section 21678 states, with respect to a publicly owned airport, that a public agency does not operate if the public agency, here the City of Newport Beach, pursuant to state law, overrules a commission's action or recommendation, the operator of the airport shall be immune from liability for damages to property or personal injury caused by or resulting directly or indirectly from the public agency's, City of Newport Beach's, decision to overrule the Commission's action or recommendation. Thus, John Wayne Airport is immune from liability under state law for any airport crashes. Factor that in when you consider the development dollars that this project is supposed to generate, that there may be a downside.
Thank you.
From liability.
Next, please.
Mayor Hill, council members, maybe I should be at the top of my. My name is Karen Tringali. I'm a resident of Corona Del Mar. I am also the current president of the Corona Del Mar Residents Association. We have a long, rich history of doing public outreach on matters that impact our residential quality of life. And on this particular topic, we did public outreach in November. We did it again in April. As a matter of fact, our annual meeting, presentation, and newsletter was devoted to the more we know, and we really devoted a lot of time and attention to this information. We also went back out to our residents just 2 weeks ago in preparation for tonight's meeting, and again asked them to provide some feedback and input to us for this evening. In our April meeting, I think the question, as a matter of fact, the first question from the floor is, how does this benefit us as residents? And as we've sort of moved through the weeks subsequent to that April meeting, the comments now are taking a little bit different twist, and it's more like, when did Newport Beach become a field of dreams for developers? You know, what about our dreams? I mean, we do have treasures in Newport Beach, and we like to visit those treasures, but over the last couple of years, it's harder to get from one point to the other. It's either traffic gridlock in town, in various parts of town. Once you get to the destination, there's no parking. It just has become a real nightmare, I think, for the residents who live here. And the concern with this general plan amendment, bringing higher density, more traffic trips, and again, it's not the paper trips, it's the roadway reality that we deal with every single day. It's just really hard, it's really hard to grasp the rationale behind that. You as a council and our city staff has worked very hard over the last 5 or 6 years at developing a very fiscally sound and stable city environment. And so, you know, the question we ask tonight is, what's the rush? I mean, we aren't doing this because we need to build our coffers. We have very considerably sufficient coffers right now. So why are we rushing into these decisions that were made with a very small group of residential input as compared to the 2006 general plan, which had a large cross-section of residents from virtually every neighborhood in the city. And so I think tonight it's in your power, really, to make our dreams come true. Set aside the general plan amendment tonight, and let's take a look at some more purposeful planning where we're including residents from every neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council member. My name is Tom Baker. I reside in Newport Beach for 42 years. I submit to the council that this is more than just an amendment to the general plan. It is a significant, from the residents' point of view, change to the spirit and the letter of the general plan of 2006, which had significant input from the residents. This amendment should not be approved, and my assessment is, and I believe quite a few people here would agree, it gives an unearned advantage to the developers at the detriment to the residents. We're going to see financial costs, we're going to see traffic, we're going to see some of the worst intersections that we have in our city, even, you know, at addition to that, and made even more detrimental, the travel time is going to get to be significant. I would strongly hope that the council would not approve this, and that would open it to a wide city input similar to the 2006 general plan, which, again, this amendment appears to have significant impact to the letter and the spirit of what the residents wanted with the general plan of 2006. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Hill and council members. My name is Dorothy Kraus, and I live in Newport Beach, and I am a board member of SPAWN, Stop Polluting Our Newport. I want to speak to the possibility of broken promises. The 2006 general plan promised many things in its vision statement, a statement which describes a city that residents wanted Newport Beach to be then and in 2025, such as a city with a conservative growth strategy that emphasizes residents' quality of life, a strategy that balances the needs of the various constituencies and that cherishes and nurtures our estuaries, harbor, beaches, open spaces, and natural resources. The 2006 vision statement also promised efficient and safe circulation with traffic that flows smoothly throughout the community. And it promised a responsive government of elected officials and city staff that listens and responds to the interests of residents and the business community. There were other promises made which can be found in the introduction, such as reducing traffic citywide by 28,920 trips each day, reducing potential new commercial office and industrial space by 1.45 million square feet, and supporting efforts to acquire Banning Ranch for permanent open space. If this amendment is approved, is a promise for a city with a conservative growth strategy that emphasizes residents' quality of life being broken when the proposed land use policy changes remove the word conservative when referring to growth strategy? Is the promise to reduce potential new commercial office and industrial space by 1.45 million square feet also being broken by the increased development proposed in Fashion Island and Newport Center of an additional 500 square feet of office space and an additional 50,000 square feet of commercial space? We urge you to keep your promises made in 2006. Please vote no and stop this amendment from making its way to the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor Hill, City Council members, my name is Rick Weiss and I live in Newport Beach. I'm a taxpayer and I'm a voter and I work in Fashion Island. I drive between Fashion Island and Newport Heights every day. So I just wanted to make a couple personal observations. Oh, to be short, I could just say I agree with everyone, 99.9% of the people up here, but I'm just going to make a couple of my own observations. This is the first year I've noticed gridlock on PCH from Fashion Island to Newport Heights. And now I'm noticing it at certain times of the day pretty regularly. This is actually the first year that I've noticed gridlock in Fashion Island on Newport Center Drive. Okay? I don't know why there's such a big debate about this, because it seems like we're getting more traffic and congestion and we're getting less revenue. There were close to 2,000 petition members that SPAWN gathered, and it could have easily been more. It was very late in the day when they started gathering these signatures. The few people that I've spoken to dozens of people about this, never spoke to one person who was in favor of more development and more traffic and congestion. So I don't know who here is for more congestion and traffic. We have a report, but nobody's coming up and saying they want more development, they want more high rises, I need more office space. Okay, so just to summarize, more intensification just means more congestion and more cars, and those things don't disappear. When one of these big office buildings come up, the people are here, the cars are there, and you know as well as I do, when these reports can be made to say whatever we want to say, but we know we see with our own eyes, we all see what's happening here. So why don't we just use our common sense and work together and not have unbridled development and bending over for the developers, and just think a little bit more about the long-term ramifications of what we're doing. It's just common sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Nancy Skinner. I've lived here since 1962, and I don't know how many of you have lived here that long other than Councilwoman Gardner, but I just want to kind of remind you of what it was like before we had the new bridge crossing the bay. We have a very unique community where we have water dividing two parts of our city. And that particular bridge that we had in the early days when we first moved here caused at least 2 to 3 traffic light changes for the doctors who had to get to Hoag Hospital in the middle of the day to see their patients, and it was a terrible situation. And Bill Ficker headed up a committee to get the new bridge in, and we have seen that we've had flow of traffic fairly well, but we're beginning to see that we're getting back to the way the old bridge was. But I don't think we're ever going to get another bridge, at least certainly not in my lifetime, and maybe not even in yours. I just think you have to recognize that we are very unique in the way our whole community is laid out, with a beautiful bay and the back bay, and really Coast Highway, and other than that, you have to go around the bay to get from one side to the other. It is different from other cities, and we're certainly a 180-degree city. We can't go out that way unless you have a boat. But it is important to remember what it was like. Were very many of you here before that bridge? Raise your hand. You were. 2 of you, and Nancy, of course. It's a big change. So I'd like to ask you, what would be the downside for denying the proposed amendment? I don't see much of a downside for the citizens, but I do see a downside for the persons who own the land, and that's what I'd like to say, not where I'd like to see you put your emphasis. I'd like to see it beyond the citizens, the residents. You've heard it all evening, so I would ask you to also, please do not even pass this tonight. Otherwise, we're in for a huge, huge fight. Spawn is going to continue to get voters on our side, and I don't think it's going to be tough to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Hill and council members. My name is Patrick Strader. I represent John Saunders, who owns the property referred to in the studies as the Saunders properties. I want to be very brief, but I just want to speak to the process. I'm not sure it was clear from the staff report how long this process has gone on. We've attended over a year's worth of public meetings, mostly in the library building next door, where Council members Selich and Gardner were 2 members of a 9-member panel that included 2 of the planning commissioners and several of the public members representing the public for, I can't remember how many hearings and public meetings, but multiple, on the order of 6, 7, or 8. That committee studied the policies, everything that you're considering this evening, and they made the recommendations. Then this went through the Planning Commission, again, public hearings, and the Planning Commission had a study session and then a public hearing, and after consideration, they recommended that this move forward, including the 2 projects in the airport area, the Saunders, as well as the senior community you heard this evening. So I just want to speak as a participant in every one of those meetings that we've attended for over a year. We think it's been a good process. Staff has worked very hard to get it to this point. A quick note about the Airport Land Use Commission. They typically do not find consistency in the projects brought before them for the very reason that one of the speakers spoke. They are able to basically push their liability off onto local jurisdictions by finding inconsistency and then forcing those jurisdictions to override them. And that is something that happens very regularly in Orange County and other jurisdictions that have airport land use commissions nearby. So to sum up, again, I think it's been a good process. There's been a lot of public interaction and a lot of opportunity for the public to be involved. And most importantly, what moving forward the EIR and the general plan will do is allow the citizens of Newport Beach to vote. So we very much encourage you to push it forward and allow democracy to really decide whether this should move forward or not. Very interesting that the group that originally put Greenlight in place in Newport Beach, forcing the vote on development, is now opposed to voting on development. So we obviously, as people that have participated in this, feel that it should move forward, and the residents of Newport Beach should vote on the process. We encourage you to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
I don't know if I want to follow that. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Stephen Rosansky, President and CEO of the Newport Beach Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight just to add to the letter and information cards that we provided, or the Chamber provided under my signature yesterday to the council. As you know, that we've had what we call the Coalition for General Plan Accountability, working in parallel with the Land Use Update Committee, and we've been conducting an education outreach program to the residents of the city. Yesterday we delivered over 800 comment cards from residents from all over the city. We redacted the names, but we left the comments there for you to see. Since then, I've received another 120 cards, and so I want to deliver those tonight, so you'll have those for your record. All I can say is that it's been a long process. I'll leave it to your deliberations as to whether or not this should go forward on the plan, but the comments are here. I hope you're addressing these comments in the plan that you'll talk about tonight and address the comments that were elicited from the residents this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Anita Meister-Boyd. I didn't expect to speak with you tonight or to be up here at the podium. I live in Newport Coast. I've been a Newport Beach resident for 37 years, the last 12 in Newport Coast. And I came to this discussion very late, but what I see is that there's a choice, and my frustration with politics in general over the last number of years has been that politicians don't seem to listen to their constituents. And that's what I see going on here right now. There's a strong group of people in Newport Beach that want to participate, and you are going to make the determination tonight as to whether they can participate or whether they can't based on your vote. And I would hope that you would do the honorable thing, and the honorable thing is to listen to the people, your constituents, and to their needs. And therefore, I don't think this is a done deal. I really think that you need to take time out, and I would just ask you to be the good representatives that you promised you would be. Thank you.
I'm Nancy Alston, and I live in Newport Beach, and I've lived here 28 years. And I was going to tell you a real sappy story about my son that I have told on 2 other forums that some of you have heard about how we moved here, and he thought he had moved to paradise. And so we'd like to keep it that way in our family, because after going to Columbia and starting a business in LA and living in Chicago, he came here and he lives here with his 3 children and his wife. And he owns a business here locally. And I was going to tell you a lot of sappy stuff about that, but he does think that he lived in paradise. And so finally I want to say that Jean Watt and I were going to speak tonight about some of the things that the other residents have spoken to, but we just like to say ditto, ditto, ditto. And I'd like to read a statement of Jean's. So now that the council, you have people's attention, it's the right time to avoid a contentious election in favor of convening a broad-based citizen review, as we in SPAWN continue to suggest. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Judy Shepard, and I don't know any of you. I have been a resident of Corona Del Mar for 131 days. So you're getting at least a different perspective. I live on one of the flower streets, and I love this community. It's absolutely precious. I love the fact that I walk to a lot of places, but unfortunately everybody else drives their car and parks on my street. On all of your streets. I moved this way from all of Laguna Beach, and the reason I moved from Laguna Beach was because of the gridlock. Honest to God, trying to get from one side of the city to the other in the summer took a half an hour. Normally in winter it took about 5 minutes. Now you all live here, And you're going to be stuck in gridlock too. It's not just us who are going to be moaning and groaning, but all of you are going to be too. So I encourage you to vote no for growth. I mean, I'm really sorry for the company that's going to build the big housing unit that's going to put 500 more living units, cars on our streets. But yeah, no. Thanks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is George Jeffries. I worked on Greenlight so that the people of this city would have an opportunity to overcome the abuses that have been placed on it by prior city councils. And in so doing, I see we are facing that potentially again tonight. It can be avoided by you by a simple compromise. Everybody in this room is against the Irvine Company. Most of the people in this room don't care much about the rest of the general plan. If you will give them an opportunity, if you will take the opportunity to vote up or down on the Irvine Company project and bifurcate it from the general election, we will get the best parts of the general plan amendment, and we will avoid the difficulties created for all of our residents by the Irvine Company. The Irvine Company probably ought to move to Irvine and protect us from that. Picture, if you will, the results of a series of council members who have voted for growth in this city. And now let's go forward to think about what Corona Del Mar will be like in 5 years. In 5 years, probably, because of complaints of the residents, we'll get rid of the medians. In 10 years, we'll get rid of left turn signs. In 15 years, we'll get rid of parking. And in 20 years, all the businesses from Corona Del Mar will be renting from the Irvine Company. Is that really what you want to be a part of? Because if it is, and you vote in that direction tonight, that will be your contribution to the city. So I regard you highly for the wonderful things you've done on everything, with the possible exception of land use. So do the right things for our city and our residents. Bifurcate the issue and eliminate the Irvine Company from this issue, and then honor us by passing the general plan amendment, or at least going for a vote if you have to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else to speak on this tonight? I don't see anybody else lining up. But he spoke on a different topic.
Yes.
Yes.
And I've only lived here off and on for 85 years.
You're only 60, you told me last week.
That was when it started tonight.
Oh.
But we're
give us your name again for the record.
Charles Griffin of Newport Beach. And
thank you, Charles.
I've owned my home on Balboa Island for 65 years, and before that enjoying the Rendezvous Ballroom every Easter week.
My mother tells me about you, but go ahead.
But tonight you're putting the cart before the horse. You're putting the cart before the horse. You first need to develop a new source of energy. And I've given you my, and you can smile and laugh. Have you studied my manifesto? Does it make sense to you? There's such a power plant being developed in Lake Forest, and you could visit it. The Tri-Alpha company has a patent from UCI. They're not the best. It's not the best development right at the moment. The one in New Jersey is more closer to it, emulating what happens in the thunderclouds. But you can promote the development of that. Any of extra money you have now, you should ask for a request for proposal and accelerate the installation of a new source of energy here from boron. Boron is developed, produced all the time by the continental plates being pushed together. That's where the boron comes from. It's the 10th most available element in the ocean. And with electrical power from the splitting of that atom, you have unlimited power. Unlimited power. Clean power, non-radioactive. Power plants would be the size of a bathroom, can be in every subdivision, redundantly located. So that's what you need to do first before you do anything, talk about anything else. And then with that, the economic will grow. You'll be able to build a subway just like Paris, and get our land is too expensive. The $1 billion tax base you've got now of land use needs to be protected. Use it underground for transportation. Save our surface for enjoyment in the open air. We need to get the airplanes not flying over us. We need to divert them away from us, as I spoke earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Catherine Lincoln. I grew up here in Corona Del Mar, went to Harbor High Elementary, Lincoln, when it was not middle school, and Corona Del Mar High School. I recently came back to live here to watch over my mother, who lives in Corona Del Mar, in the house that we lived in. So I have a little bit different perspective. One thing that really concerned me about what was said by the gentleman named Woody was that he spoke about generalities. Overall, it's not going to change the traffic. Overall, we're going to make a goal on greenhouse gas emissions that is already determined to be obsolete. So I just don't feel that all the information is in a fashion that can be fairly and reasonably assessed. And that is why I hope that you vote against the master general plan this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Hill and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. You may be surprised. I was thinking not to speak, but I will.
It's not a surprise.
As Councilwoman Gardner pointed out, we do not yet know what your thinking is about this, and we're apparently not going to be given an opportunity tonight to react to that. We will, of course, at the ballot box if it goes that way. I wanted to point out that I have attended actually more of those land use element committee meetings than Mr. Strader did. The number is actually 12, even though in your staff report the staff will tell you it was 13, but it was 12. And I would like to tell you my reason why I think you should vote no on this. We are tonight 8 years into a 20-year plan for land use management with, as you've heard, conservative growth in Newport Beach, which itself took 6 years of resident input to create. Some of the residents who provided input then are here tonight. Reason would suggest that 5 to 6 years from the end of the 20-year plan cycle, we would start again soliciting resident input to develop a new plan and a new vision for the following 20 years. But we're not there yet, and even if we were, this is not the thoughtful, common sense process that was followed in between 2000 and 2006. Instead, as you've heard this time, the city is asking the residents what they think, what they want after the city has a plan, rather than before. That's obviously not sensible, and as some speakers have asked, why would we do that? As others have pointed out, the answer is not difficult to find. The 2006 plan, with its conservative growth strategy, is working too well for these developers. As you've heard, just 8 years into the plan, the Irvine Company has gobbled up the entire allowance of development that the citizens thoughtfully gave them in 2006. For the full 20 years. They've used it up in 8 years, so they want more, they want it now, and a few other developers sensing that bandwagon, they want more, and they want it now. But as you've heard tonight, that is not the residents' vision, and it should not be yours. You may think that the SPAWN petition process and the comments they received are biased. You may think that the audience that came here tonight is biased. But look at the comments you got from Mr. Rosansky and his Chamber of Commerce. which incidentally, that Land Use Committee in its 12 meetings did not have the benefit of this citizen input. The Planning Commission did not have the benefit of this. Look through these comments. There is no hue and cry in here for a new office tower at Fashion Island. There is no hue and cry for development of Mr. Saunders' property. And as you've heard tonight, even 3 of the people mentioned in the plan don't want the amendment. Thank you.
Final call. Anybody else from the public like to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council.
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Since I'm the chairman of the Land Use Element Update Committee, I'd like to start off here. I have heard the comments this evening. Basically, the comments that I've heard this evening have reinforced comments that I've heard over the last 2 or 3 months or so, ever since the Land Use Element Committee finished its work. These comments have come to me along with comments from other residents, property owners, many people throughout the community. And what I'd like to do this evening is tee up our discussion by offering a motion that I think provides a response to a lot of the concerns that we've heard this evening, as well as what I've heard over the last few months. If the motion gets a second, I'd like to speak to the motion, but what I'd like to do is get the motion on the table first. And so with that, I'm going to move that the City Council approve the recommendations of the Planning Commission with the following changes. The first change is in Area 4A, the airport area, commonly known as the Saunders property, that the square footage allocation there remain at 306,923 square feet, and that the land use designation be changed from AO to MUH2. Next, the proposed anomaly number 83 be modified to reflect the existing 306,923 square feet, with an additional information notation that any residential units be located outside the 65 CNEL from the airport. Next, the policy LU 7.14.5 and figure LU 22 be revised to include Area 4A, and that policy 7.14.14 be revised appropriately to reflect these proposed changes. And I will provide precise language for these policy changes and incorporate them into my motion when I speak to my motion. The objective of this amendment is to have a airport area that is trip neutral, no additional trips in the airport area. Speaking to Area 4D in the airport area, which is the congregate care facilities, UAP communities, that we have a new policy added regarding an affordable senior housing contribution of up to $200,000 in conjunction with the development of that facility. And again, I'll speak to this precise language and incorporate it in my motion when I speak to my motion. Next, Area 18 in Newport Center, the proposed hotel, 150 Newport Center Drive, that we delete that from the land use element changes, that we revise policy LU 7.13.4 to remove the last sentence inserted by the Land Use Element Amendment Committee and approved by the Planning Commission, which allows increased height in Block 100. And again, I'll provide the precise language for this when I speak to my motion. I would also like to add as a new policy LU 7.13.11 for the Newport Center, a new figure illustrating a Corona Del Mar traffic management bypass plan, and that the bypass plan be implemented and in place and operational prior to the first certificate of occupancy for any office or commercial square footage or residential unit permitted by this amendment. And I will explain the policy, the plan, and the diagram when I speak to my motion and incorporate it into the motion.
What did you call that again?
It's a long word. The Corona Del Mar Traffic Management Bypass Plan. Next, I would propose that we accept all the changes proposed by SPAWN in their May 16, 2014 letter to the Planning Commission as follows. Page 2, land use element, that we retain the existing language and add the word visitors, and that we retain the existing language for policies LU1, 1.1, 1.4, 3.1, 4.6, 7.5.3, 7.5.4, 7.7.6, and 7.13 be modified as Spawn requested, which was in my previous statement on the 150 Newport Center Drive portion of this motion. I would also add an additional statement of overriding consideration regarding an overall decrease in average daily trips, and I'll provide that precise language and incorporate it to my motion when I speak. I would also add the request received by staff that 813 Balboa Boulevard be deleted, and that is my motion, and if there's a second, I'll speak to it in more detail.
Mayor Hill.
Does everyone have a general feel for that motion?
There will be.
Find out.
I'd like to know a little bit more about that bypass plan.
How about this? Why don't I want to second that motion, but I have an amendment too, related to opportunities to reduce traffic in and around the Newport Center area, and I'll follow up if there is accepted by the maker of the motion.
Right. State that once again for me, please.
I have an amendment. I have some policy changes that I would like to suggest related to reducing further traffic in and around the Newport Center area.
Okay. So we have a motion to accept the plan amendment with changes as suggested, and we have a second to discuss that motion. You have acknowledged that if you had a second, you'd fill us in on what you're talking about?
Yes.
All right.
I would like to speak to my motion in more detail.
In a second.
Okay.
Please.
Well, before I get into it, I'd just like to make a few comments. As chair of the Land Use Element Committee, I presided over 12 or 13 meetings, whichever one is correct. We had the 2 council members, 2 planning commissioners, and 5 citizens appointed by the City Council as members of this committee. These meetings were spread over 9 months, during which time the committee heard from staff, property owners proposing changes, and residents with a wide range of interest. Since the Planning Commission hearing, I've spent a great deal of time discussing the proposed land use element amendment with residents, property owners, staff, and community groups such as Spawn. In these discussions, I have asked questions and heard criticisms, all of which I take seriously. I have been asked, and have heard it asked, why we are amending the land use element now and why we aren't doing a comprehensive update to the general plan as we did in 2006. My answer to this has been as follows. A general plan update such as done in 2006 is a once-in-a-generation effort. It takes years and costs millions of dollars to do. Because it takes so long, in many ways, details of the plan are outdated the day it is adopted. When you take 6 years to do a plan, by the time you get it done, many of the things you've come up with are out of date. Thus, we almost immediately start to amend it. Land use changes are the most prevalent as economic conditions and land ownership are constantly changing. Also, some elements themselves may need amendment. One example is the housing element, which is driven by the State Department of Housing and Community Development on how and when we amend that element. State planning guidelines say we should review and amend the general plan around every 8 years or so. I actually suggested we start this process in 2010, and we actually did so in 2012. We focused on the land use element. It is the driver of all the other elements in the general plan. If we had foreseen that a review of the land use element would require changes to the other elements, we could have included the appropriate elements in the initial look or at the time we set the project for SEQR review. Neither one of these emerged in the review process. Our review process really had 3 goals: evaluate the appropriate land use changes to reflect current economic conditions and land ownerships, to review the policies of the 2006 General Plan for contemporary relevance. Particularly emphasis was on new policies relating to sustainability. And these are things which were not addressed in the 2006, and there's been an emerging landscape since then. And then lastly, that we have a plan that it was at least trip neutral and from an ADT standpoint, and try and reduce trips overall if we could. Now, the committee reviewed all the information presented to it. We packaged it in a meaningful way and sent it to the Planning Commission and then on to the City Council for review. Although the proposed element did not meet the goal of traffic neutrality or reduction, the majority of the committee did not feel it appropriate for the committee to delete any of the proposed changes, and that the job of doing that should be that of the Planning Commission and the City Council. I've heard claims that we're piecemealing the general plan by doing it this way. This is not true. No changes came out of the committee's work that required a designation or redesignation of a park or open space, arterial road in the circulation element, and so on for other elements of the general plan. If such changes had been necessary, it could have been done when the project scope was set for CEQA. Every year, the city is faced with requested land use element changes, and they are enacted on an incremental basis within their statistical areas without a comprehensive look at our overall land use plan in the city. This amendment process gave our professional planners the opportunity to do that and make recommendations. It's very important that periodically, every 5 to 8 years or so, that we do this, for if we wait until the generational visioning process, we will have a general plan that's cluttered with incremental changes without benefit of a periodic comprehensive review. Another criticism I've heard is that we're diluting the vision created in 2006, and the committee has stated in no uncertain terms that this is primarily a residential community. The committee's goal has been to improve the wording of some of these policies, not dilute them. However, reasonable people can disagree and differ on how a policy for the same goal can maybe have different wording. Now, I heard some criticism, not here tonight, but that has been raised that we should have focused more on Mariners Mile. The committee spent time discussing this and determined that we needed a neighborhood revitalization committee effort similar to what we did in Lido Marina Village, and then include those appropriate policies in the general plan as we did with Lido Marina Village and Balboa Village in this proposed amendment. The committee also spent considerable time discussing the airport area and felt that no matter what the ultimate determination would be on the proposals in this amendment, there still needed to be a more comprehensive look at the airport area similar to what we're thinking on Mariners Mile. I'd like to thank all the committee members, particularly our resident members, for their hard work and diligence on this effort. There was no small amount of reading material and time spent preparing for and attending each of those committee meetings. So with that, I would like to speak to my motion. As I said, I've taken into consideration all the resident, property owner, and organized group input I have received, including the Spawn petition, the Don Webb postcards, and while my proposal probably does not satisfy all the concerns raised, as the 2006 general plan did not, it presents an amendment that I feel balances all concerns. Now, the staff has helped me on this. I have gone to the staff so that I can get some accurate information to present tonight. First, let me say that my motion will result in a reduction in trips as shown on the chart on the screen. I know there has been quibbling over these numbers, and I've heard it from people both in favor and opposed to the element. It's typical in situations like this where you get these numbers, and depending on what your perspective is, you may have a different opinion on what they mean. But these were prepared by our staff and consultants that had no agenda. They were completely neutral in coming up with this. What the first chart shows is that based on my proposals here, that we are going to have a future average daily traffic increase of 9,530 cars. We'll have a decrease of 12,387, and that's going to leave us with a net future decrease of 2,857 automobiles.
This is based upon your proposal.
Based on my proposal. Okay, so can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, the next slide is something that I think is really important. What it shows is the first bar shows the 1988 general plan with the future ADT as it was adopted. The second bar shows the 2006 general plan as it was adopted, and the third bar shows the 2014 proposal if my amendments are accepted. And what it shows is that there is a continuing decline in future trips, a declining future trip trend, if you will, and that is the direction that the City Council over the past years has been working on, is to continually improve our general plan, but at the same time look to declining trips and have less trips each time we come around with a new amendment. Now let's go into the airport area. Next slide, please. This slide shows the Saunders property. What we would do here, if my proposal is accepted, is we would add the Saunders property as a new MUH2 site. Next slide, please. This is the amending language, and basically what this language says is that the maximum of 2,200 multifamily residential units that's in the existing plan will remain. We will just be expanding the area that those units can be used at to include the Saunders property, and it will not add any additional trips to the airport area. And it also includes a statement that we take anomaly table 83 and add table LU2, which includes the Saunders area is an area that can take advantage of these units.
Ed, may I just have a clarification here? So the difference here is under the original Saunders proposal, they were looking to use additive trips?
No, the original Saunders proposal was to add a significant amount of commercial square footage on top of having residential units. What this proposal does is it allows the Saunders property to take advantage of a residential unit pool, if you will, that exists in the airport area that consists of about 550 additive units and 1,650 replacement units. It's an existing number that's there. It just expands the area in which they can be used. So that's why there's no additional trips generated.
Okay. And it eliminates the commercial?
It eliminates the commercial and office completely from the Saunders proposal.
Where does it say that in this?
It says that in the next slide. Okay, next slide is revised new policy 7.1.4, and basically the strikeouts take out the additional square footage that the Saunders property was looking for, and states that that pool of existing units can be used on that property.
Does this, though, really effectively say, really only pertain to development that's under development agreement? I mean, if it's conceivably they could develop something not under an agreement that would be commercial.
If they, I believe that if they provide any residential development on their property, then they would have to do a development agreement, as we've required other owners out in the airport area to do.
Right, but okay, so if they want to do residential, they have to do a development agreement. But the question that was asked is how is commercial really eliminated? I don't see how this slide does that.
The new commercial is eliminated. The additional, the existing commercial is still there. It's
right.
The new commercial.
Okay, but I understand how the development agreement applies to residential. What I'm not understanding is, or what's unclear is how commercial development is prohibited up there. New commercial development is prohibited.
New commercial development is prohibited because the allocation remains at 306,923 square feet. That's the allocation that stays on the property.
And where is that identified? In what part of this plan? Or
that's in my motion. I stated that the Area 4A remained at 306,923 square feet, and that's included on the anomaly table.
I assume that's the existing current.
That's the current allocation for those properties.
So in other words, within this language, there's nothing that increases what's
That's
already
correct.
in the language.
That's correct. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, this is the new policy for the congregate care facility, and basically what it says is that they will contribute $4,000 per independent living unit, up to a maximum of $200,000 towards the development of affordable senior housing in the city, and that the timing of this contribution will be determined at the time of the appropriate zoning amendments are considered by the city. And it also defines what an independent living unit is, which basically says one that includes facilities for limited food preparation. Okay, any questions on that one?
Say the last part again.
Well, look at the last sentence. The last sentence says, an independent living unit will be defined as being designed to be occupied by a single housekeeping unit, and it includes facilities for limited food preparation, but the facilities do not necessarily include an oven or stove. Basically, this is a congregate care facility that will have some independent living units and some what do you call it? The assisted living. Thank you. Assisted living units, but it's only the single housekeeping, the independent living units that will pay the $4,000 per unit towards the affordable senior housing.
Got it.
And we clarified earlier that this change is trip neutral.
It's trip neutral, and as stated in the hearing, the property owner is agreeable to it.
So your two amendments for the airport area convert those general plan changes to be trip neutral.
Trip neutral, correct. Okay, so let's go to Newport Center now. Newport Center, as I stated, Area 18, the proposed hotel, I'm proposing that we delete that from the land use element changes. I think that there needs to be more work on that concept. I'm concerned that we have a vision for Newport Center which has the higher buildings up towards San Joaquin Hills Road and MacArthur Boulevard, and progressively getting lower as you go down towards Coast Highway. And I don't think that there's been enough study in this proposal to keep it in the general plan and move ahead with it. There's also a little bit of concern about the site itself as to whether it's of sufficient size to accommodate this type of facility. So I just think it needs more work, and it's really not appropriate to include in this general plan amendment. The other thing that I suggested, which is part of the SPAWN recommendations in their letter, is that we keep the policy language of 7.13.4 the same. We remove the last sentence, and then the description where it says the height in the northeasterly section along San Joaquin Hills Road, that we retain that in the policy as it was stated in the 2006 general plan. Now going on to the new policy for the Corona Del Mar traffic bypass plan. This policy states that we're going to implement the bypass plan, which I'll describe, is conceptually described in Figure 21.1 to divert vehicular traffic and limit traffic congestion in the Corona Del Mar area. The bypass plan shall be approved by the City Council and implemented prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for any project that uses any or all of the 500,000 square feet of office, 50,000 square feet of regional commercial, and/or 500 dwelling units that are identified in Table LU2. So if we can have the next diagram, please. So before I get into this, I just want to make a statement. I lived in Cameo Shores from 1979 to 2001, and my office was up here in Newport Center. And I know that when the traffic got really bad in Corona Del Mar, when I'd come out on Cameo Shores Road, only one or two cars could get into the queue to go down Coast Highway towards Newport Center because the traffic was all backed up past Cameo Shores Road towards Laguna Beach. Once the Newport Coast Drive was brought in, that completely went away. I was able, both on the AM and PM peak hours, to go back and forth freely on Coast Highway to Newport Center from my home in Cameo Shores. Once the toll road came in and that free section of Newport Coast Road was turned into a toll road, the traffic started coming back to Corona Del Mar. And I started noticing it immediately, that it started coming back, not as bad as it was before, but it came back. And then over the years, it has increased to where it is now, at the point where it is as bad as it was before Newport Coast Road was put in. So one of the things that I have thought, and I've tested this with traffic engineers, that one of the things we can do as part of this general plan amendment is to come up with a traffic management plan that would divert traffic around Corona Del Mar. And so the Corona Del Mar bypass traffic management plan, it's designed to provide a real-time traffic management system to encourage AM peak traffic coming west on Coast Highway to Corona Del Mar to take Newport Coast Road to the airport area, and the PM traffic coming south on MacArthur to take Newport Coast Drive to Coast Highway, thereby providing a bypass route around Corona Del Mar. It would also be useful during peak hour times in the summer and weekend days when the traffic through Corona Del Mar is congested. It's actually more of a traffic management solution than physical construction of road improvements. The diagram on the screen proposes 3 electronic message boards, similar to what Caltrans does, but in a much better aesthetically pleasing design, to tell how many minutes it takes to get to Newport Center, Fashion Island, or the airport area via alternate routes versus going through Corona Del Mar. Going up Newport Coast Drive is about 1.2 miles and 2 minutes driving time longer than going through Corona Del Mar under normal traffic conditions. However, during peak hour conditions, going through Corona Del Mar is longer during these rush hour and peak weekend times. The electronic signs would encourage drivers to use the alternate routes to save time during these periods. There would also be static signs to supplement the electronic signs as shown on the diagram. The road system would have sensors that would be sending real-time information to the electronic boards. The electronic signs could say, for example, and this is the one at Newport Coast Drive and Coast Highway, it would say Corona Del Mar bypass, airport area, so many minutes via Newport Coast Road, so many minutes via Coast Highway. It could also say Newport Center, Fashion Island, so many minutes via San Joaquin Hills Road and Newport Coast Drive, and so many minutes via Coast Highway through Corona Del Mar. This would take traffic from a road, Coast Highway, which is near its design capacity, and redirect traffic to roads which, according to our land use element traffic study, are far under their design capacity, and thereby distributing the traffic more evenly and avoiding congestion. The details of this, of course, need to be worked out by the traffic engineers. As I said, I have vetted it. It's a viable concept, but this is a concept and it needs more work, obviously. And this is not a new concept. Progressive cities such as Seattle are in the process of implementing such systems. Seattle, for example, is in the process of constructing an enhanced traffic control center in the Seattle Municipal Tower. The enhanced center will be able to fully integrate the most innovative aspects of their evolving traffic management network. From there, the staff will be able to control everything from signalized signal corridors to these variable message signs, similar to what's being proposed here, and will eventually be able to produce real-time traffic information that motorists can use to make the best travel decisions. So I would suggest that we add this to our plan.
If I may comment on that, let's just take, for example, because you indicated that you weren't, that this was about signage but not about physical road improvements. But if you look at the intersection of MacArthur, Ford Road, Bonita Canyon, so let's say you're coming from the post office, for example, on Camelback, and you're trying to get to the Port Streets. Trying to get over to that, take that left lane is really constrained. Even if you have an objective in mind and you're a local, trying to get into that queue and up there is difficult. So as far as the viability, I think that intersection would need to be looked at further, potential widening or whatever. But just assuming that everyone's taking that left onto Bonita Canyon, and that's going to be an easy thing to do. Then you go down and then you get towards Newport Coast, and you have that toll road segment that at least I avoid, and so then you're looking at going down further. So you have that as a constraint as well. Then I think you also have to look at, well, okay, then everyone's going up San Joaquin. I mean, how will people feel along San Joaquin? Do they want to have lots more traffic there? You've got San Joaquin and San Miguel, which is a very busy intersection already. You have other areas, by Gelson's, which is real busy. So how do those folks feel about getting more traffic there? Additionally, you have stakeholders, the chambers, for example, that may actually like the current traffic going through Corona Del Mar and the commercial that exists there. So I think there's a lot of stakeholders that need to be consulted. The HOAs along San Joaquin, you have the chambers to consider, and then also you have, for example, Bonita Canyon. So what I'm suggesting is that the language not be in a way that's real rigid, that we must do this or that before you can build this or that. I think that things need to be studied. I mean, although this is an interesting concept, it is a concept.
Well,
and there's a lot of details.
That falls on something I was going to say at some point, but I will say it now because I think that we should hear all this and then continue the item. For this reason, in addition to all the meetings I went to, I spent about 10 hours preparing for this, going over and over things, and from the comments out here, people did the same. They weren't saying, oh, I heard it on the grapevine. They had gone and read the documents. And I'm going to feel very uncomfortable trying to give a final opinion on something that I've had presented to me just now. So that's something I'd like to at least keep in the back of our minds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, I don't mean to mean this in a mean way. I'm just taking shots at this thing from seeing in the last 30 seconds. I mean, it's clearly not well thought out. I mean, there's issues that need to be studied.
Right. And then if we continued it, then we'd also have time for more.
Well, no, as I stated, it's a concept. I indicated that it needed to, have more study by traffic engineers, and it's something to put in the plan as a policy. And
but I think the language
I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah.
I think the diagram kind of gives the idea. Whether it actually ends up being like this, that's going to be subject to further study and council approval in the future.
But I think the language that you had suggested, as I recall, was pretty rigid, that they must do this plan, and I just think that it really needs further study.
Well, I said implement a Corona Del Mar bypass plan as conceptually depicted.
Well, that concept, again, I think that there's a lot of issues. It may cost many millions of dollars to improve that particular intersection. There's other things to consider.
Okay, let's go on.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to continue to debate it with you. Okay, let's go on to the next suggestion here. Let me find my notes. Here we go. Okay, as I indicated earlier, that we accept all the changes proposed by SPAWN in their May 16th letter to the Planning Commission, and that was included as an attachment to our materials. I guess I thought it was important that we try and maintain the vision that was set forth in the 2006 general plan. I know that the committee in its work tried to make those policies better and improve them. Reasonable people can disagree on that, and I think that given all the comments that we've heard, that we're better served to leave those policies as they were in the 2006 general plan. Lastly, I would, or next to last, I guess now, that I would add the following statement of overriding concern, and this is, although it doesn't make sense pulling it out when you read it in context with all the other statements of overriding concern, it does make sense. I just want to get the language in the record. and that be that the proposed general plan land use element changes that reduce citywide average daily traffic at build-out conditions by 2,857 trips when compared to build-out conditions without this project. And then the last part of my motion would be to accept the staff's recommendation that we delete the, was it the 518? What was the?
813.
813 Balboa Boulevard.
Balboa.
East Balboa Boulevard from the amendment.
All right, we have
Those
a
are
motion
comments.
that has now been explained. There'd been a second's reaction to the further explanation of the motion.
I had said that I would second it with the proviso that there be further consideration of matters related to trips and trip making in Newport Center. I believe, from what I have read, and especially after hearing what Mayor Pro Tem Selich has said, the proposal that is on the table reflects a reduction in traffic generation in this city when compared to the current 2006 general plan by at least, and if you could please put that slide back up, by at least approximately 2,500 daily trips. So that is one thing that I am encouraged. I would like to see traffic in the city, generated in the city, be diminished. That is our overall goal. Furthermore, there is and has been described new legislation from Sacramento that we have to comply with. One of them is called the Sustainable Community Strategy. What is this document? This basically is the county's gold standard and outline for how we will address climate change, greenhouse gas production, and emissions throughout the county. And what I am encouraged to see is that in the new general plan, under Land Use Goal 4, there is an entire new set of goals and policies and implementation measures to do the 15 strategies that are in here. By virtue of doing this land use element, we will see a reduction in greenhouse gas production. We will see a reduction in traffic generation. We will see land uses moved closer to their ultimate destinations and thereby reducing the trips that are made. Having said that, though, and in reviewing the traffic study, one of the things that I noticed was that the uses that are in Newport Center have been generated as if they are standalone uses. So the 500 units were generated as specifically as 500 units. The 50,000 of retail was 50,000 retail and standalone. There wasn't a lot of mixing to encourage a reduction in trips. And to that end, then, I would like to see further acknowledgement of methods to make the trip reduction in Newport Center. And what I'm suggesting is text in the green, where as part of development agreements in the Newport Center area, there be a TDM program that measurably reduces the traffic and has to be verified annually through a reporting process. That it does look at providing and promoting alternative transportation and requires design parameters that will break up blocks in the area and make them more walkable, make more bicycle amenities in the area, so that by virtue of doing this, we have the hammer to say, this is a requirement, you must do that, and we will see it on an annual basis for the new development in the area. The next policy. We have one of the primary elements of that sustainable community strategy is to take advantage of the transportation centers that are around the county: Fullerton, Buena Park, Orange, Santa Ana. And in this example, we have the transportation center at the corner of Newport Center. And yet it's kind of like out on the side. It's out there. I think it's in our interest to bring it in, to work on looking at the transportation center and working with OCTA to increase the transit use there and to provide and build amenities in there to address the last mile, what's called last mile planning, so that it becomes more desirable to take the bus, because you know that you can get from there to your office either through electric carts, neighborhood electric vehicles, or other sources that we will require development in Newport Center to do. So I'm suggesting, as part of my amendment, that these two policies be added to even further diminish and reduce traffic, greenhouse gases, and the pollution attendant to them.
Gardner?
I would like to make a substitute motion, which is that we continue this item to a time we can decide on, and at that time there will also be, we will reopen public comment so they can respond to these new suggestions.
Is there a second to the substitute motion? All right, then we'll continue on the main motion. Are there any questions of Councilman Petros at this point?
I have some odd additions then.
Yes, Councilman Gardner.
On the land use, policy 2.2, page 317. I'm sorry, page 318. We added economically to sustainable and complete community, and that sort of changes the whole tone. A sustainable and complete community is one thing. It includes the economy, but when we say it's economically sustainable, that's something totally different. So I would ask that we remove the economically and go back to the original policy.
And that's on page 318 of our staff report?
Yes, land use 2.2. On page 321.
Page number again?
Page 321. This is part of 3.4. Again, our original one said to limit increases in office development, and now we are emphasizing by including. Obviously, if we are going to continue with what has been proposed, that would be irrelevant, but I would bring it up just in case we make some changes. Page 402. Yeah, I'll get it. This is part of the policy overview for Balboa Village. The original language said, throughout the peninsula, priority is established for the retention of marine-related uses. And then in the new one, it eliminated that sentence and just said that marine-related uses should be part of the mix. Now, that seems to me a very different emphasis, and we should go back again to the original. Granted, we can't always do it, but we should be trying to make that a priority for our harbor. Page 412. Policy 7.12.6. This is again on Peninsula Balboa Village, offering incentives for owners to improve their properties. If we want such a policy, it should be citywide and not limited to one village. I mean, if we just want to make that a policy that as a city we offer incentives, that's fine. Otherwise, I don't see why we would do that for private properties in one small area. Two more. Page 414, sorry guys, but no, forget that. And page 452. Policy 7.19.6, this is in Corona del Mar, expanding parking opportunities, work with local businesses and organizations. It should be working with local businesses, residents, and organizations. So I would request that we add residents. So are any of those acceptable to the makers of the motion?
Yeah, those are all acceptable.
Second.
Yes, they're acceptable.
All right.
Okay,
ahead.
I've got a couple of issues. First off, well, I don't have a problem with the great bulk of the policy language changes recommended by SPAWN. I do have a problem with one of them, and that has to do with the citizen-generated, citizen advisory committee work resulting in the master plan that council conceptually agreed to for Balboa Village. That's a pure judgment on SPAWN's part, whether that rises to the level of importance as to be included in a general plan amendment. In my view, it does, because those changes in that master plan break new ground in terms of how we're talking about managing parking, zoning for parking, etc. It's new ground, and that master plan was well thought through. It was generated with a citizen advisory group. I believe it does rise to the level that it should be incorporated in the general plan, and therefore I would propose that those policies not be changed from the original language. In other words, that the SPAWN recommendation be rejected as to those policies.
Which policies were those specifically?
Well, I've been trying to follow along on all of these page numbers, and I lost my page reference here. But in the SPAWN letter, if we can go to public comments, in the SPAWN letter they talk about the items. Yeah, it's in the numbered paragraph 4 in the SPAWN letter. As it relates to Balboa Village, I think that the master plan for Balboa Village should be incorporated into the general plan.
Sorry.
I'm trying to find it in that May 16th letter, and I'm not seeing it.
Okay, on page 4 of the SPAWN letter, numbered paragraph 4, underline assure consistency with approved citizen advisory plan reports / Lido Village and Balboa Village. In that paragraph, they make the assertion that the changes in Balboa Village don't rise to the level of to be included in a general plan amendment. I disagree. I think they do, and I think they should be incorporated.
I think we must be looking at two different letters. I'm looking at the May 16th.
I'm looking at the July 1 letter.
Yeah, that's not my motion. My motion is the May 16th letter to the Planning Commission regarding draft land use element policies. It was very specific to certain policies, and so I'm not proposing.
So I'm sorry, then so the May 16th letter did not address the issue of those master. Okay, all right. Then I'm sorry, I misunderstood, and I withdraw that comment. Although I do want to come back to the change proposed by Councilmember Gardner in relation to the Balboa Village, and I'd like you to repeat your comment about that, because I couldn't quite follow it.
About the incentives?
It's
yes.
412, I believe.
Yeah, that if we want to do incentives, then that should be available to the city as a whole, not just to one village.
Well, the incentives, those incentives were in fact a part of the master plan for Balboa Village, and I don't want to do something now that is in conflict with that master plan. So I'm pretty sure I disagree with that recommendation.
Let me go back to where it was, 412.
I would take, not trying to put words in your mouth, Councilman, but I would take your comment to say that since that was enacted especially for that village, you want to retain it for that village.
Yes.
But that's putting that in the general plan now. I mean, it's one thing to have your, this is now part of the general plan, so that this one particular village should get incentives. And to me, that's bad policy. We either have a general policy, which we get put in our land use element someplace, that, hey, if you're a private landowner, come to the city and we're going to give you incentives to fix your place up.
I don't know that every single policy in the general plan has to apply citywide. I don't think that's the case.
It doesn't, but to me, this one does. I do not see why Balboa Village should be singled out for incentives.
Because
but I objected to this when it came before the council before. So, I mean, it's something that I don't agree with, and that's why I presented, for me, to exclude that. But if that's not the will of the council, that's fine.
So I guess we need to raise this to the level. I would move, have a substitute motion denying or deleting that change proposed by Councilmember Gardner.
All right. I may need some legal help here.
Why don't we straw vote that issue?
Yeah, I think I want to go back and kind of straw vote some of these things. You have made suggestions that were not put in the form of a request to the motion maker to include in the motion. So your suggestions...
Actually, they were.
No, I did do that.
She did do that.
I accepted them.
These are part of the motion.
All right. My error.
So if you want to straw vote what I just raised, that's fine with me, but you know, I'd like to have a judgment in respect of that. So,
all right.
I think that...
So you're going to, the straw vote will be supporting the incentives in the language in there.
Straw vote would be to remove your adjustment to the motion, your substitute.
Right. So why don't we attempt to, and I may need to call on all of you for help, but with my cryptic notes that I have here, let me see if we can run through some of these topics and look at a straw vote on them to see where we stand.
Well,
there's only one.
I don't. Honestly, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we need to do that because I only have one other comment after this one. So, all right. So, can we just have let's see the heads here. I mean, who's in favor of where I'm at on that point? Okay.
With Councilmember Gardner dissenting.
Me, too.
Oh, okay.
I supported Councilwoman Gardner.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, so
5-2.
So by the straw vote, then I would move that we have a substitute motion that would strike that from the motion on the table. Is there a second?
How about an amendment to the motion, to the main motion?
An amendment to the main motion.
Okay.
And does the second accept that?
And Councilmember Daigle, and so all in favor.
We're all right.
We're good.
Okay, can I make a suggestion too? I sense Councilwoman Daigle's uncomfortableness with my bypass plan, and so what I'm going to suggest is that look at can you put the language up for the new policy 7.13.11, please?
Yeah, perhaps...
well, what I'm going to suggest, Councilwoman Daigle, is that we remove the words as conceptually depicted in Figure 2.1, so it just basically generally describes a plan to be worked out later.
Well, okay, that goes, I appreciate that because, as you know, we work together a lot on the MacArthur and Jamboree improvements. It takes a really long time to do that. You got to assemble your money. You got to evaluate what you're going to do. You got to get coordination. It takes a long time. So, and based on what I see out at Bonita Canyon and that intersection, taking that left's going to be tough. So I appreciate your not being tied to doing that as it relates to this development can't occur. Because that's the other thing too, is what we're saying is that this development cannot occur until there's a bypass plan.
Yeah, I guess I was concerned in a little different way that the language was so prescriptive about what could or could not happen unless that specific concept were. So I I do agree with Councilmember Daigle, and I think your change actually addresses the issue, Ed.
Yeah, I would agree
Yeah.
with the change. I'll
I
say
think
that
it does.
I take that turn every day. There's 2 turn lanes there. Oftentimes, I take it at, close to 40 miles an hour because there's free-flowing traffic, and I don't think there's going to be a significant problem in implementing this strategy as it comes together.
So I would support that then. I think that's gets to the core of my concern, which is 21-1 isn't quite something I'd get behind at this point, but I think we do need to look at a bypass plan, so that would be fine. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I'll amend my own motion to remove that language as conceptually depicted in Figure 21-1.
I'll accept that change.
All right. Cost of that implementation?
To be determined.
And by whom?
It will be paid for by the proponents of the projects under the new amendment. So whoever's proposing the 500,000 square feet, 50,000 square feet, and 500 units, the pro rata amongst those uses, they'll pay for it.
Or it would not be a city expense?
No.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can we put Mr. Petros's traffic management policy up, please?
Talking about.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hind, Councilman Hind, did you have another issue as well?
No, actually, Councilmember Selich must have been reading my mind.
All right, thank you.
On this policy, it's important for us to note that transit carries 0.5% of the trips in Newport Beach, and practically none of them are residents of Newport Beach. Nobody takes the bus to Fashion Island to shop. Very few take it to work at all. Some may take it to the doctor. So I'm all for encouraging utilization of transit. I'm all for encouraging modal splits. Really, what we probably ought to have is a bike sharing place there. But I'd be very reticent about mandating people to use a strategy that may or may not actually work in real life.
Councilmember Curry, I completely agree with you. However, that is an asset that is within our ability to affect change, and the last mile strategies are, in fact, a bike share, possibly amenities that can be added there to make it more attractive, to do a homework shift. But I completely agree with you on that.
Yeah, my concern is that this may be just a little too prescriptive once again, and I need to look at it one.
I know.
It speaks to the fact that it's understood the OCTA is the provider of transit in Orange County. And what this does is allows us or encourages us to work with OCTA to see if there aren't changes that can't be made to increase fixed route service.
I guess I would say, and I think this is a substantive difference, work with Orange County Transportation Authority and Newport Center stakeholders toward the goal of increasing the transit use. We're pursuing a goal here. We're not mandating that it will occur.
I can accept that.
And then the other one that you proposed, Tony, I'd
Yeah.
like to.
Number 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other, the TDM plan. This is the green.
It seems to me that one of the elements that you're working on here, which I've always thought is an advantage of what we're trying to do, as we look at great cities, quote unquote, that what we are missing in this city is a high degree of walkable environments.
Absolutely.
Corona Del Mar is probably our best one.
Absolutely.
But for the lack of that, you have to get in your car to go anyplace.
The running joke is this is Southern California, we drive to the mailbox.
And I did that in Montana, but not here.
And what I'm trying to get at is something that has force and evaluation on an annual basis to actually measurably reduce vehicle trips around Newport Center.
I mean, that's what I see as the advantage of the Uptown project that we've approved, and what I see as the advantage of what's being talked about in Newport Center is that, I mean, anecdotally, at least I've heard that many of the people that are moving into the PIMCO Tower are leasing the apartments in the Colony Complex.
Yeah, so
and that's what we're trying to do. I mean, we're trying to get people to not use their cars.
Absolutely.
To get to where they're trying to go.
And I don't disagree with any of that. Again, I think it's perhaps just a little too prescriptive, and I would change it to more of a goal-oriented statement as opposed to a prescriptive requirement.
Yeah, I think.
What I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the part that concerns me is measurably reduces vehicle trips, and the state's coming up with all kinds of things about VMT and those are going to be moving targets, how all that's going to look. And when I think about policy, I always think about things like encouraging. That's a good policy word. So I agree with it, doing these things, bicycles and buses and all that. It's just the measurable vehicle trip over something we can't necessarily control either. So that would be my concern, is if it can somehow be more encouraging those things, but not measurably reducing vehicle trips.
So do you have a suggestion of language?
It would be more probably deleting that last phrase.
Or
just saying the
include
program.
Comprehensive program that pursues the goal of a measurable reduction in vehicle trips. See what I mean?
I can accept that.
Okay, great.
Okay. For the record, the maker of the motion accepts both these changes.
All right, are we ready for some straw voting?
I think we have one. We have a major motion. No straw votes necessary.
All right. Ready for the major motion.
Mayor Hill?
I hear a voice. I'm not sure where it's coming from.
Thank you. Kim Brandt. I just wanted to offer an observation from staff's perspective. You are considering a project this evening through your motions that is not something that what the Planning Commission recommended. It's not the proposed project that was analyzed in the EIR, or the no project alternative, or the no airport area alternative. So my question to the council is that the resolutions that are attached to your document support the Planning Commission's recommendation, and those are the resolutions for certifying the environmental document, for the overrule of the Airport Land Use Commission's action or determination of inconsistency with the airport environment's land use plan, as well as the adoption of the proposed changes land use element. So my question to you is, do you want to, as part of your motion, direct staff to make the appropriate changes to these resolutions reflecting your motion this evening, and that we will do that after this meeting? Or, as an option, you could also direct staff to, you've closed the public hearing and you're considering your action, you could direct staff to return at a subsequent City Council hearing with all of the resolutions and supporting documentation that reflects all of your actions that you're contemplating at this point. If you wish to take action tonight with the resolutions, I do have a couple of additions that I would want to make sure are included in the resolutions, and I would put that forth to you if that would be your direction. So that is my question.
Yes.
Yeah, I would suggest that we close the hearing and that we vote on the motion and direct the staff to come back at the next meeting with all of the resolutions properly done and all typed up, and not try and do it on the fly here tonight. I think that makes much more sense. So I would amend my motion to include that.
All right.
Does that satisfy you, Ms. Brandt?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
The public hearing has been closed.
The second will accept that.
Second accepts that.
Would it be just the resolutions that come back, or all of this additional policy discussion?
Oh, no,
how would that be
my
reflected?
intention is to provide a complete packet at your next council meeting that shows all of the proposed changes to the policies and exhibits that you described this evening, and as well as the resolutions, so that you would know exactly what you're taking action on.
Just so everyone knows, when this would come back to the council, all the documents are produced. We put them up the Thursday in advance of the Tuesday meeting so everyone can see that. While it isn't a true public hearing, if it is on the consent calendar, the public always has a chance to comment on an agenda item, where no matter where it's placed. If it's on the consent calendar, they can comment as a part of all consent items. You're closing the public hearing, however. So in other words, it wouldn't be a continued public meeting. The notice provisions are a little bit different, but we do provide the documents to everyone the Thursday in advance of the Tuesday meeting.
So we're talking about semantics as whether or not the public would have an opportunity to comment. It just would not be quote unquote.
City attorney can correct me, but depending where it is, well, I'll let Aaron talk.
No, that's absolutely right. So any item on the agenda, people have a right to come and make public comments, and that's typically 3 minutes, but the public hearing would be closed.
All right. Comments from council? Then I would ask you to vote.
With Councilmember Gardner abstaining, the motion carries 6-1.
I'm abstaining because I just don't feel I've had sufficient time to make a decision on this.
All right. I believe with all of that, staff, there needs to be some comments about 14, item 14.
Is 14 moot then, until next time? Yeah. So 14 would be continued until next time.
All right.
If do we need a motion to that extent?
Move that they continue.
Second.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any public comment on, is there any council comment on continuing item number 14? Is there any public comment on continuing item number 14? In that case, oh, I'm sorry. Please.
We are even more confused than members of the council as to what's being proposed at this time. But it sounds to me like the only thing that's being done is we're changing a bunch of language, and we're not changing anything to do with the buildings that's going to go on in Newport Center. And I think, therefore, if that's the way it is going to be, when I read whatever they produce, I think you should have public comment again by people that can challenge it. Because that's what everybody's here talking about tonight, was traffic. And nothing about traffic's been talked about.
We will have public comment.
Public comment? I don't understand. That means we can't get you to change it.
Mr. Allen, no. The mayor did mention this is about semantics, and in a way it is. You have the opportunity, any member of the public does, to discuss this again in 2 weeks. It's not, we're being too governmentese and calling it a public hearing versus public comment. Know that you have 3 minutes, every individual does, in 2 weeks to comment on documents that will be ready at least 5 days in advance. If we can get them out quicker, I promise we will.
Thank you very much.
And in supplement to that, the opportunity to submit at whatever length you choose in writing ahead of the council meeting to all of us any thoughts that you may have about those documents. And so there'll still be plenty of opportunity to put your points across. We directed staff to come back with a set of documents for action at the next meeting reflecting the thoughts that were expressed here. So the land use element is not adopted tonight. what's coming back next week, at the next council meeting, is a set of documents that council would then take action on.
Is that true? I thought the motion was that we were approving what was presented.
Well, please. My understanding was in line with what Councilmember Hinn just stated. If you want further clarification on that, you could reconsider and re-vote on it to make sure that everyone understands that was the intent, is to basically direct staff to bring back the documents at the next meeting for approval. I mean,
In other words, the council,
if there is confusion on the point among the council members.
I think you clearly stated it as opposed to saying this is it tonight and then go change these resolutions tomorrow and that's it. We're saying no, revise resolutions, bring them back so we make sure this is precise.
I mean, it was clear in my mind that the council basically voted to direct us to bring back the items for your consideration in a written format so you can see it before you enact it.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
yes.
I would counsel with the audience. We tend to think of these things as zero-sum things. We either win it all or we lose it all, and that's what it is. And I think it's important to reflect upon what was changed today. Mr. Allen raised the issue about density and traffic in Fashion Island, but the hotel project was taken out because many of you came to us and said you were concerned about that. Many of you said that you were very concerned about what was going on at the airport. And the airport projects were significantly downsized from what they were in the original plan that was approved by the Planning Commission. That was your comment. That was accepted. Many of you commented about concerns about policy changes in terms of the language. And Mr. Selich brought forth language changes that sustained the SPON comments. So you may not everybody gets a full loaf, but you should recognize that we've been listening to what's been said and we've been making changes in response to those comments. The other observation I would make is that we all live in houses that somebody living across the street from us before we got there objected to us coming in because we were the traffic that they're having to deal with. And that's the thing that happens. Everybody says, no, we were not the traffic, but somebody before us thought we were, and the Indians thought they were before this. So
we're talking about the buildings in Fashion Island.
Will there, excuse me, will there be any staff information? I mean, are we going to be able to see different traffic counts because of these? If there are anything to help us down the road, or are we just going to have the language?
What we will be doing is providing the resolutions and the environmental documentation as it was prepared as part of the final EIR, because what we want to be able to demonstrate is that the motion and the project being contemplated by the council at this time is within the scope of the environmental document that has been prepared for the proposed project. So we will provide and verified numbers as it relates to overall average daily trips, and we'll also look at the project as it related to the impacts and whether or not it's within the scope of the project as analyzed within the environmental document.
And is there any way we would be looking at, for example, the proposed bypass to say ideas of what kind of traffic that might divert, anything like that?
No. The bypass plan is a concept, and it's a conceptual plan, and it would be something that would have to have its own environmental analysis at such time that it's developed.
And it's not necessary to support the CEQA findings that have been made as part of this process.
That is correct.
I guess I understand that time is of the essence, but if you're living in Corona Del Mar and you're looking at the proposals, it's hard to think about this not having an impact. So if we're going to have people evaluate it, at some point it would be nice to know that models show that this much traffic would be diverted. Because otherwise, how do our residents evaluate what we're proposing? I mean, it is different than what was in the EIR. So, I mean, at some point, don't we need to provide that information?
That, if I may, that again is a policy that is discussing a future concept, that's discussing a plan and concept that would have to be fully developed and have the appropriate traffic analysis done in conjunction with a proposed plan. And that would have to come back through the appropriate city review channels before it could be adopted, and the appropriate traffic model and any associated environmental documentation would also occur at that time. But again, as Councilmember Petros indicated, that plan is not required by the environmental impact report and its findings for the proposed project.
Kim, one of the things that I want to make sure that comes back in 2 weeks, though, is a demonstration that by virtue of what we just did will result in a zero-sum or no net change in the airport area and a total reduction in traffic generated by this proposal as compared to the no project or the 2006 general plan. I want to see that traffic levels are actually going down. And I'm certain that that's what we just did. But
we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Are we happy now? Yeah.
No, I'm not happy.
She abstained. How can she be happy?
All right.
I think you still had some public comment before you on the item 14.
Item 14.
Yes. Item 14, any additional public comment on item 14? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council and ask you to please vote.
So this is to
continue item 14. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Motion for reconsideration.
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council, either this meeting or the previous meeting, may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Any council members' motion for reconsideration? Seeing none, I would like to close this evening's meeting, the memorial adjournment on behalf of Ben Carlson. Ben, as you know, is a Newport Beach lifeguard who died in the line of duty on July 6, 2014, while attempting to rescue a swimmer. Ben was born on July 2, 1982, to Chris and Terry Carlson. He was raised in Rancho Cucamonga with his younger sister, Stephanie. Ben attended Etijuana High School and Riverside Community College before transferring to the University of California, Irvine. While at UCI, he played water polo under legendary coach Ted Newland. Ben graduated from UCI in 2005 with a Bachelor's of Art and degree in psychology. He was hired as a Newport Beach lifeguard on March 26, 1999, and quickly became a leader in the organization, mentoring both new and more experienced lifeguards throughout the city. Ben was generous and really shared his experiences and insights with others, always striving to improve the agency's beach performance. In his 15 years with Newport Beach, Ben worked on a variety of assignments. He was a tower lifeguard, a unit lifeguard, junior lifeguard instructor, dispatcher, and his favorite, a rescue boat deckhand. He was always working towards his lifetime dream of serving others, whether through his recent interest in law enforcement or his long-term goal of becoming a full-time Newport Beach lifeguard captain. We adjourn the meeting in his honor.
Make